Hello, everybody. I am hydrated. I haven't had food yet. I do have dinner here. But hello, Dan. Hey, Zuna. What am I doing? This one. Hello. Forgot what button to press. Dan tried calling me on Steam. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. What up, wet boy? Yeah. Thank you, Dangerbot. Appreciate you. Okay. No, very wet. I just had a shower. Nice and clean, fresh, not stinky, unlike someone else. Dan? I meant Dan. Because I feel like I had to say that. Because I could hear Zuna thinking that I was assuming her. So. Don't give me these question marks, Dan. You know exactly. You know exactly what you've done. What'd you have for dinner, Dan? I'm going to say spaghetti bolognese with really wet rice. It's kind of gross. Stir fry. You were close. Ah, fuck. Stir fry's got rice. Not a lasagna, though. Artist. Yeah, what kind of stir fry? Don't yell at me. Don't yell and say artist. Daniel. Thank you very much. I don't know. Fried one. A fried stir fry. Chicken. Fried is good. Fried is good. We got mini pizzas. And before you start yelling at me with pineapple on pizza's fucking great. Shut up. Hey, Jantha, how you doing? How are we? Yeah, good. Good. I wanted to start streaming earlier. But I finished work and then I had to do some stuff for the new project I'm working on. Because I'm going to try for a grant up here in Queensland. So I need to put some documentation together for that one. So I was finishing that. Pineapple belongs on Hawaiian pizza. Yep. Sure does, Dan. No, it's not, Dan. It's not that kind of application. He's a good bloke. Yeah, no, he seems fine. He seems good. So, just gonna slowly chip away at my dinner, by the way, while it's still warm. Knows how to code, thumbs up. We'd assume that. But apparently today, the Raven Armed ran into an issue, which made me very sad. And Dan, how far are you in the night shift, by the way? Have you finished the main story? The main thing? Because I don't want to... Not that it's a spoiler, but I don't want to be like, oh, you did this, and then you're like, oh, I didn't do that. Because that's how you sound as well. Ah, my name's Daniel. Ah. The camera keeps trying to focus and just bobs in and out a little. Why are you bobbing? Oh, yeah. Stop that. Is it because, like, I move? There. Oh. Alright, I'll try not to move. You have autofocus on in Discord? Or is cam specific thing? No, I don't have auto Don't think I've got auto photos. Let me have a look. Let me have a gander. Camera control. There was autofocus. On the camera control properties of the camera, there was focus. So now, no bobbing. Yeah. Yeah. Looks good. Huzzah. Perfect. No, I have not. I'm going to start achievement hunting, though. Very exciting. Very exciting. So there's later on in the game. That's right. I realized that when I asked, it's not that big of a thing. But later on, you need a lamp for a reason. Anyway, the issue that Raven ran into was that all the lamps fell through the fucking world. So at one point he picked the lamp up, and then I think he dropped it by mistake or by purpose, and it just fell all the way down. So unfortunately Raven was stuck, but I did jump in and fix it, but by that time it was too late, so that's okay. But I think he's playing it tomorrow. But fell to the core. Jantha, I'm playing cards with the family right now. Oh, that's lovely. What card game, Jantha? What card game? Oh, I even missed that. You're playing the Hobbit game, Dan. I have seen mixed things about the Hobbit game. I do know a couple people that worked on it. So, and then they were let go. So, but so far is okay. Oh, awesome. How far are you in? Main menu? Because you do like the main menu sometimes. Gin Rummy. Gin Rummy. Look, I can't say that I don't think I've played Gin Rummy before, or if I have, I don't know it by its name. Gin Rummy is a fast-paced two-player card game with a 52-card deck, with kings high, aces low, where players form sets 3 to 4 cards of same rank and runs 3+ cards of same suit to minimize deadwood. Of course, deadwood. Yup. And that's the unmatched cards. Makes sense. The goal is to reach 100 points, 100 plus points over multiple rounds by knocking deadwood under 10 or equal to 10, okay, or going gin. So if you have, I don't know, never played it, but I assume you're having fun. And family time. Family time's important. Also, how's the microphone today? I moved it around ever so slightly. So now it's facing me and not facing the window. So I'm hoping that fixes it. My microphone is above me though, so I'm not sure if that'll play a part. Seems okay, but also I could hear the issue last time. Couldn't hear the issue. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think Jantha heard it, and I think Dan, you heard it as well. I'm not sure if anyone else heard it. But sounds good, hon. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you. Dan, what'd you get up to today with your day off? Can't tell at the moment. I'm on mobile with only one ear in, so I can't hear the same stuff. Okay, gotcha. No stress, Jantha. Wasn't sure. I realized now that you're playing cards with your family, so it'd be silly to have headphones on playing cards. Yeah. Dangerbot. Thank you, Dangerbot. It's not swapping from left to right channels. Okay. Amazing. Thank you. But I'm sure it might happen again. I'm just assuming that because the microphone isn't amazing. But we'll find out. We will find out. So yeah, the thought today, I was going to do some more eugenics, but then I saw Sass's post in her Discord saying that there's some people that aren't amazing in the game, that aren't nice, that have done some pretty bad things. And yeah, I don't want to. I didn't really feel like streaming it, so instead. And also, it's a Friday 13th, so it'd be weird to play a non-horror game on Friday 13th. Or it'd feel like it anyway. So we're playing some of that new Blumhouse content creator games. We're doing Crisol, Theatre of Idols. You can make any mic sound professional with the right filters. Whistle. Yes. That is true. I have played around with the filters on this mic, and I'm not gonna do it live. Don't everyone worry. No stressing. And I do believe it sounds better, but I don't think my voice is as clear as it could be. So that's okay. That's okay. Quissel myth. Quissel myth. Quissel myth. Love it. It's a little muddy, but it's perfectly acceptable. Thank you, Dangerbot. You know what? You're perfectly acceptable. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Appreciate you, Dangerbot. So I don't know how long I'm going to go for tonight either. But we'll see how we go. See how we go. Playing that Crisol myth. Crisol myth. Actually, I'm just thinking, that's what we're going to do. While I'm eating, because I do need to eat before this gets real cold, I'm going to put, because I haven't watched it, like how long does it go for? It's going to just put the state of play on, but does it have a start? Maybe? I mean, that goes for an hour 12. Oh, fuck, maybe not. That's a long time. I should have just watched it today. Okay, we won't do the state of play then while I eat. Dangerbot, thank you so much. Thank you. I thought it was going to be similar to previous state of plays where there's a massive countdown for about 50 minutes and then it plays 10 minutes of trailers or 20 minutes of trailers and then that's it. But no, it's It goes for an hour. I haven't seen it, and I'm a little bit spoilt. I did go on Instagram and Twitter, I believe, or Facebook, and I saw a couple things which I wish I kind of saw going through it, because I am going to watch the state of play at some point. But that stuff is very exciting. Very exciting. What is this fucking music, by the way? Don't know. Very mighty coded. Thank you, Dangerbot. Thank you. Much appreciated. Whatever, Dan. Coming in here with that attitude. Aren't you playing Tales of the Shire, mate? Don't you have better things to do than come in here with that attitude? Fuck, did it really? Devastating. Absolutely devastating. Have you tried going through the task manager? Turning it off and on again? Or what about hackers? What about the whole computer, mate? You absolute goose. That is devastating, though. Hopefully you haven't lost too much progress. Jantha, did you like it? As I said before, I've only seen reviews and they were kind of mixed. So I'm not sure if... I'm assuming those people were expecting another type of game, but it seems pretty cozy. Seems pretty cozy. It's whimsical. It's okay, it felt early access and not properly polished. Did you play when it launched or more recent? Because it's been out for how long now? A few months? I bet it's pretty cozy in that beard. Fish, you gotta stop being so cute. Okay? Thank you for the check-in as well. I played at lunch. Ah, okay. So super recent, man. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, launch. Gotcha. Okay. I'm having dinner. Fish. Having dinner. Or trying to. But Dan's coming here with his fucking attitude. Nah. We've got mini pizzas. Mini pizzas. There we go. Mini pizzas. So. Din-dins. Yes. So I've had one. I had fish for dinner last night. Okay. Mini pizza. Fuck, if they slid off the plate. Yeah, thankfully this plate here has a curve, Dan. Look at that. A curve. So I could kind of... I don't want to... See? Fun. We're good. That was basically a 90-degree angle right there. Which way does it curve? Outwards. Outwards, Dan. Yeah, so usually when Zuna and I cook mini pizzas, we only do two because they're rather filling. But today we decided to cook three each. So I don't know. What the fuck you guys talking? Boggo's binted vor. Dan. Fish. Vor. What the? Last time I saw someone hold food up to a camera, they dropped it over the monitor. No, I didn't do that. But I felt like it was going to happen, so I decided not to. Hey, and Bates, how you doing? How's my day going? Yeah, no, it was good. I worked, so whether that's good or bad is, or whatever. And then yeah, finished work, and it instantly got much, much better. How are you doing? Hungry. Which was Hatton? Oh, Hatton. Is there... I'm assuming there's a clip for it. Fuck, I might have to go search for that. That's hilarious. That was separate to the Biscoff too, right? Oh no, what happened to Biscoff? What happened to Biscoff? Wow. Hmm. Hmm. Fuck. Had a bit of pineapple stuck between my teeth, but on the other side, it was a weird feeling. So Biscoff shake everywhere and on the monitor. Jesus. So you'll be getting the Boggo's Binted Reels now too. Sorry, Marty. Fuck. Are you selling me cursed fucking stuff again? Good, I can see you've shared stuff. Dan shared stuff. I'm worried. I'm really worried that I'm going to open it and then I'm going to understand what the fuck you're talking about. Boggo's Binted. Fuck. Alright. Alright. How do I get you out of here? Get out of here. Get out of here. Skedaddle. Skedads. I've sent you a lot today. Not sorry. Yeah, I did see that. Where's the damned mod? Dunno, Dangerbot. Dunno, Dangerbot. Probably enjoying being in someone else's stream. I wasn't in mod view. You fucking... Oh. What do I pay you for, huh? What do I pay you for? Marty, too quick. You don't pay me. Well, I pay you in smoochies. You get smoochies. I made your food, spit it out. No, don't want to. Dangerbot, no, don't do this. No, it's a ploy. Spit it out, mate. Spit it out the food. Hey, Mandy, how you doing? Spit it out the food. I don't know what she wants to spit it out. Spit it out. I don't know what she wants me to spit out. There we go. He doesn't deserve it being mean to me. No, I pay you in smoochies. You get smoochies. Done. We're good. Even Stevens. Hmm? Wasn't sure how far Zuno was going to escalate then. Nah, bruv. We duel at dawn. Zuno. I'm going to cheat and you're not going to wake up. Actually, that's really bad. No, that is a joke. That's a joke. No. No, it's a joke. It's a joke. Joke. There's no witness. No one's here. No one's here. Oh, fuck. Clip. No. Fish. No. Stop. No, guys. Actually, this will be interesting because last time it failed to, guys. Failed to, yeah, there we go. I don't know why I don't know why. This happened, I think, Dan, you tried doing a clip earlier this week and it failed, so I don't know what the issue is there. Fuck. Oh, it did it. What do you mean? Maybe it's because too many people tried it at the one time. Hey, Grim, how you doing? Grim, everyone's bullying me for no reason at all. And it's kind of rude. Janther's not, but everyone else is. Hey, Sith Devil, how you doing? So a normal night then. That's good. That's good. And it's a Friday night, so that is also good. Normal nights on a Friday are good. I'd be bullying if I was paying more attention. Janther, no. No, you wouldn't. Nah. We're best buds. Hey, Fenty, how you doing, man? Who's bullying my boy? Everyone. Everyone's bullying me. I'm doing too. That's good, Devil. No, Dan. No, Janther and I are tight. We actually poke a lot of fun at you. A lot of fun. You know, I'm the one being bullied by streamer. Are you though? Are you? Fuck, mini pizzas were a good choice. Great choice, even. Ooh. Delicious. Oh. Man, I'm a little full. And I've had about half. They're so filling. So filling. Alright. Kind of want to jump into it. Jump. I'm curious as well, actually, if I press play, if I'm going to lag jumping in this economy. No, not actually jumping, because I couldn't afford that. Couldn't afford that at all. Grab a controller and kick back. This game needs a controller for best experience. How about fuck off? I want to play with a mouse and keyboard. For the worst experience. Alright. So I go. Of course. Thanks. Thanks to you fucking nerd. There we go. You jump, I'm selling all your shit. Yeah, 100%. If I start jumping, yeah, it's not good. Writing checks these knees can't cash. Goddamn right. Goddamn right. I ignore those. You should use controller message. Yeah, although there are some games that aren't for mouse and keyboard at all. You need. Oh, am I? Yeah, okay. I do need to. Sure. Yeah, okay. I'm not lagging as bad as I thought, though. So there's that. Let's. Oh, they don't have Yeah, okay. That's a bit of a bummer. Frame rate limit. Yeah, no, okay. This is the one that rhymes with Crisol. Yes, whistle. Whistle, whistle, whistle. I'm gonna need to turn you guys down. Medium. Yeah, still not amazing, but it'll do, donkey. It'll do. Yeah. Chip's been let loose. Let loose, I tell you. I can't hear. Pardon?
You can't contain the boy?
He must be contained. He must be contained. Okay, let's just change that. Seeing that my mod is away from computer. Frank was on one today. I hope Chip is too. Well, I feel him at my legs. So he's probably just testing the waters at the moment. No, Chip was pretty good during the day. Because he was asleep. And then he woke up. And he wasn't. He was quite the opposite of good, actually. And he's been a menace. So... yeah. Save changes before exiting. Yes. Alright. Also, sorry Mr. Marty, to not be rude, but the music is very loud versus your voice. Oh, thank you, Fishy, for telling me. Let me just, change that. How's that? I can see it's lower, but my voice... I mean, it's also a quiet part of the song right now by the sounds of it, so... yeah. So I've kind of been... Hey, Honor Guard, how you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Doing well. We're gonna play some Whistle tonight, as it is a horror game. Apparently, better see how it goes when the shooting starts. Yes. So I was gonna say I haven't really seen much of this outside of a little bit of trailers and then like 2 seconds of Sass's stream. So I don't know. Well, we're just gonna go in. Doing good, man. Been a long week and the weather is rubbish. Honor Guard, the weather is rubbish. Yeah. The weather is 100% rubbish. And I think it's meant to be like that for the rest of the weekend. Zuna gives the nod of approval. Que es la vida en frenesi? Que es la vida? Una illusion, una sombra, una ficción, y el mea bien es pequeño. Que puda la vida es sueño. Why los... fuck. Fuck, I just missed it all. Got that. Right, my best. Yeah, until Monday. Yeah, okay. Bummer. But it just means you can be all comfy cozy at home. Nog up. Play games. If only there was English at the bottom to read out. Fish, I don't know if I should tell you this, but I never knew how to read. And I've never been taught, and I don't know how to learn. Which explains a lot now that I think about it.
Where my presence is no longer welcome. A prison built to contain the power of the tides.
But I work outside. Oh, no. Anna, do you work over the weekend, or are you...
Embrace your legacy and cast out the evil.
Oh, fuck, I zoned out. Yeah, do you work outside on the weekend? Or is it an outside to the...
Forevermore. Crisol.
Yeah, with that attitude. I think it translated to something like Livin' Da Vida Loca. Honestly, Devil. Almost. Yeah, Brisbane area is going to be very soggy. Soggy. Press W to move forward. Never would have guessed.
Why am I here? How did I end up in this place?
Moist. Moist, moist, moist. Not anymore. I was stuck out in the rain today, then I'll be out
brought me here
in it on Monday.
His will.
Ah,
I
bummer.
must find that cathedral as soon as possible.
Cathedral. Oh, I assume it's the cathedral that I just saw in my vision. Okay. So I can't... There's no jumping. Oi, you rookie streamer. Update your category. So, fun fact, Scots. Fun fact. I changed it, but I didn't click done. Did you just laugh? Whatever. Get back in your room. Close the door behind you. Yeah, right. Okay. So that should have updated now. Let me know if it hasn't updated and I'll start. Just Chatting is my favorite game. Yeah, my mods, I don't know. Mods just kind of squandered out into the kitchen to do God knows what. Oh, he didn't ask to be mod. Wait, no, Zuna. Pause. I'm like 90% sure that you asked, not last stream, but the stream before. I'm up there in the percent, gent. Maybe, I don't know. Now I don't believe you.
Seriously? I really hate
At
the
all.
water.
My partner would run over my toes if I said that. Yeah, Anna, look, if I don't make it through the night, it's probably why. Crisol, Theatre of Meat. Crisol, Theatre of Uwu. If that's true, I should be a mod in every channel.
I wonder if anyone at the church will miss me.
Zuna, you're doing a banging job. Okay, Mandy, you can't come in here and say that. We had a bot come in and just start saying, just jibber-jabbering. Zuna was nowhere to be seen. I had to mod. I had to come in and ban it. Banned it? Oh my god. I had to ban it. Mandy, I had to ban it. My mod, it's two things now. Didn't save me against a bot, and didn't save me against not being in Mod Sneak Breaks 2. Look, Mandy. Banned blew him mentioned. I was 1 second. 1 second behind me. That could have been a life or death situation, Zuno. Oh, a man had to work? Damn, that's crazy. Sharp. It was very hard work, actually.
Let us hope that it holds.
I forgot, is this meant to be a horror game? This reminds me a lot, just this bit of the King Kong game back in 2004? 2005? Banging game as well. Great game. They should remaster it. Fuck, what's the FOV? I feel like it's low. Yeah, 90? Ugh. Ugh. I want 100. 90's okay. Hey, Type Fast, how you doing? I didn't even know that existed. What existed on a card? FOV? Did you see the Legacy of Kain Rama? Fish, I'm gonna be honest with you. No. No, I didn't. And it's because I didn't watch the State of Play. No, now I'm behind on chat. Fuck. What the fuck? No one told me I could get meatballs. Ah. Fuck. Type Fast. Thank you, Type Fast. Hydrating. Zuna just twirling around singing You Don't Own Me right now. 100%. 100%. Wait. No. We got Chip. Okay. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. You're really enjoying the fucking ankle of the hand, aren't you? Wrist. Wrist is the word. Oh my god. Don't look at me while biting. The camera's on you. Look that way. Yeah. Yeah. The King Kong game. Yeah. Finally some good fucking good. Thanks, Sharples. What you doing, Chip? I'm not just another... Oh, I'm not just one of your... Okay, yep, you're singing. Chip! He's a biter. Yep. Ankle of the hand. No, Zuna. Okay, calm down. Ankle of the hand, Mandy. He's just like me. Do you forget words sometimes too? Ah, knuckle. Yep. Alright. Okay. Okay. Do I have to put you down? Onto the floor. I'm not actually going to put you down. Outdoor microwave. Barbecue. Is that it? Is it the barbecue? Fishy. Did you forget barbecue? God, it's going to be funny if it's not barbecue. I forgot the word for shorts one time, and I said they became short sleeve pants. You okay, bud? What's happening here? What's happening? Your little teethies. You're trying to fucking de-sleeve my finger with your front teeth. That's not very nice. That's not very nice. I forgot the word for short. Oh, I've already read that. Oh, yeah, I forgot that one too. Fish. I want to ask how many words you forget, but I also forget a lot of words, so... He's on one. Friday 13th, cat's going mental. Yep. Yeah, you didn't like that, did you? Didn't think so. Grow up. Did you hear me? I said grow up. Oh, he didn't like that. I was fucking on one this morning. Let him chomp. I'm trying. I don't want him to chomp. But he's trying to de-sleeve my fingy. What's happening with the back feet back here? Oh, okay. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. So, is there a category for just biting, cats biting? Because I could probably just change to that and just let fucking Chip just bite for the next fucking 4 hours. Might not have an arm or a hand. What's happening? You okay? You done? Are you done, bitey? I deserve that. Alright. You are going back into the office, though. Sorry, Zuna. I'm going to close the door. Are you getting feisty? I can put him in the bedroom. You can put him in the bedroom? Someone put him in the bedroom. Dan. I'm not shutting you in the office. I'm shutting him in the office. House is literally a prison right now, Zuna. I'm so sorry. Zuna, this is complete. No. It's because he just attacks me.
It is huge.
He's a very aggressive guy. Wait. Oh, I came that way. Be sweet. Oh? Ban Martin. No, don't ban. I can only leave to earn money for his food. Why do I have to hold it? Of course.
Come on. Oh, just...
Look, we can chuck him in the bedroom, Zuna, and we can have the door open. Would you prefer that? Press 1 if you prefer that. Or you could use your words.
No doubt about it.
Daily Mail is going to
the
love
very
this one.
same
Twitch streamer Lux partner and Rubali streams. Then he's alone. Zuna, what do you want then? It's either he's in there with you, or he's in there. I don't know what you want from me. I do love you. I do. Just not him sometimes.
The path is blocked. We'll have to find another way
Oh,
around.
the cathedral. That's the cathedral I'm after. Explore the island. Okay, well, I gotta go that way. So I'm gonna go... Oh, I can sprint? Okay. Oh. Okay. This way. Many pieces don't grow on trees, Mardini. That is true. That is true. Money? Yoink. High quality silver coins. One side shows a mythological beast. The other reads, Hail Tormentosa by the grace of the sea. Okay. Cool. So yeah. So I've seen a lot of comments saying that this is pretty much Bioshock? Or very Bioshock-y. So I'll be curious to see if that is the case. What if Zuna was a worm? If I was a worm, please end me. Sharples, Zuna has asked that many a time. And I have said what any partner should say. Of course, babe. I'll love you as a partner. As a partner? As a worm! No! That sounded so disinterested. No! No! Oh, Dangerbot, don't come in here and say that. That irritates me. And I've punched blokes in the mouth for saying less than that. Less than that? Less than that. Less than that. I think that's it. Take a load of this guy. Anything up here? Nah. Yup. Oh, I pressed space. I didn't need to do that.
I have seen battlefields before, but never one without corpses. Something is not right.
Maybe it's not a battlefield. I don't know, dude. Doesn't look like a battlefield. Just looks like an empty town. Fucking idiot. There's cars, though. Oh, there's something in here. Money. Okay, cool. So the first time you get something, it gives you that explanation. Otherwise, it does not. Very cool.
I do not know who or what did this, but I cannot allow it to set foot in Hispania.
It's Hispania. Okay, that makes sense. For a second, I thought it said España. I was like, ooh, Spain. No, Hispania is a different place.
I'm not wasting any more time. Every second counts.
Oh, there's people down there. Okay. Tee-hee. Tee hee hee hee. Okay. Ooh. Grumblies. We're pushing. We're pushing.
Damn! It's them!
Hold it right there! She looked terrified.
Well, there were two voices before. Also, can you tell what she... How do you... She looked horrified. So she had a mask on. Okay. Get us in there. Get us in there.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, I've got a gun. If I had the gun the whole time... Alright, there's nothing out here to scavenge. Alright, in we go.
Angela, you there? Angela, stop around. You're starting to freak me out. My marbles.
This is Captain Gabriel Escudero. Do you copy?
Captain, huh? Who are you, little soldier? And where's Angela?
I am afraid she is gone. All I found was her radio.
She was my favorite. Damn statues. And you, better get out of there, or you'll be pushing daisies too.
Hello? What did she mean by statues?
Maybe it's the statue. Stabby, stabby. Cool.
Have you given up already? Is this how far your faith goes?
No, my lord. I just need another chance. I swear, I will not fail you again.
Then tell me, do you seek my blood to vanquish the enemies of the sun?
Please, grant it to me.
Say it louder.
Yes, my lord! Grant me your power! Bless me with your blood!
Very bright. Bless me harder, Daddy. Gun does look pretty cool, though. Man, the holding just takes so long. Is it going to take that long every time? But bless me harder, Daddy. God damn it, Dan. God damn it. Easy. Easy peasy. God damn it, Dan. Literally the worst person. I think I looked through my clips the other day and it was just Dan. Dan just doing clips for no reason. Doll. Yeah. Bless these nuts. You need clips. Yeah, but not of just random shit, Dan. Surely. Surely not.
You need
Unless you know something I don't.
that beast. Reclaim it.
Get in me. Bulldog. Pig. It's a fucked up pig. Fucked up bulldog. This is cool though. But my health didn't go up, though.
As life flows inside me. I can feel it.
Can I sit down now? Has it been... I think it's been 30 minutes. Has it not? Mod! Mod! Miss Mod! Has it been 30 minutes? I'm looking at the... I think it has 37 minutes. No, it's okay, Mod. Don't worry about it. I checked. It's all good. Go back to do what are you doing? No, Fish, I haven't. I haven't been live for 27 minutes. Don't say that. But I've got to open the door, so now Zuna can be like... Oh. Zuna is free. You've earned freedom, Zuna. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Chip, don't fucking look at me like that. He's... Yeah, good. It's because I bumped the bookcase. Hold F to absorb blood from dead animals. The body will disappear after you absorb it. So try not to waste it. Sure. Okay. So what am I after here? You? Okay, so my health did go up, just not that first time. Or did it? More blood? Over here? Justice for Zuna. No, devil, no. Let's stop that.
We'll need something a bit more.
That does look cool. They've done a good job with the weapons. Press E. Okay. Your slash also blocks. Cool. Okay. Done. It's a very cool looking knife. It is. It is, it is. Zuna, were you thinking of playing this as well, by the way? Because I can understand if you did not wanting to be here. That's fine. I wasn't sure. Just because I know this is the comments with the whole Bioshocky vibe to it. I wasn't sure if you wanted to play or not.
I have never felt so...
Then I can just stop calling you out of lurk and being like, Mod, oh Mod, do this for me. But that's right. I just won't do that.
Clear.
I'll have to figure out something else. Ah. Oh yeah, no, I saw you coming out. Son of a bitch. Oh, you moved. You moved again. Oh my god. God damn it. I'm pressing F rapidly, you fucking... Why are the legs still legging? Where's my gun? No, I got it. Fuck. Well, Sass actually was cracked at this. I don't know what it was. I was going for the headshots and it just, kept on missing? Or, I don't know. I don't know. Thanks, Fishy. Laser P vibes too. Is that because of the, puppet mannequin kind of vibe? Is that the... Yeah. Nothing. Freedom. You're cold. Have you thought about putting more clothes on? mannequins in a video game. I don't know. Might work. Maybe. You can turn the aircon down. You just did. Without my consent?
Oh.
Yeah, that's... I gotta go that way? Yeah. Plasmarine. Syringe filled with a thick, shimmering liquid. The label claims it is a medical compound that rapidly regenerates blood and heals wounds in seconds. Cool. You will end up unironically banned. Hiya, peeps. Hey, Griffin, how you doing? Martin, you need to stop. Dan, maybe. It's either I stop and I get a bed to sleep in tonight, or I don't and I've got to sleep with one eye open. So... Can I take out the legs? Oh, I can. You son of a bitch. Don't do that. That was kind of cool. I kind of liked that. Okay, I got the hang of it now. Got the hang of it. Zuna, press 1 for dress. No, don't Zuna. No. Or he ends up lying down in Melbourne to spoon with Dan. Oh. Look, no one said that was an option. You know? Yeah, okay. Alright. I don't know how to use the... Okay, tab turns me around. Why would I need that? Q? How do I use E? Nope. Z. X. C. C. Of course. That makes sense. C. Okay. Thought that was the thing. It was not.
Peekaboo! Still alive?
Thanks to the sun.
Ooh, a sun buddy. Looks like we're on the same team. By the way, name's Mediodia.
You, a servant of the sun. If that is true, then help me reach the Cathedral of the Sea.
I could? Sure. But, Gabe, I don't think that's such a great idea.
Do not call me that. Just tell me how to get there.
Mr. Gaby
The rest is
Waby.
my business. Got it?
Ugh. Always the same old song.
Look, he's really pretty.
Fine. Rio Seco's just a short stroll away. Follow the canal. It'll
Stop it,
lead you
Mandy.
Straight to the cathedral. Piece of cake. But seriously,
Stop
Gabe,
it.
you should swing by the hideout first.
I said do not call me that.
Okay, so we'll be going down here and then going around
Never
the
mind.
bottom.
Thanks for the help.
Oh, bin? What's in the bin? Money. Who throws fucking money away? Down here? Door? Door! Oh, that goes the way I need to. I think... What, this way? Pig! I'm gonna suck the pig. Absorb the pig. No, but those hanging lights were chef's kiss. Dan, fuck off. Stop it. Don't clip that. No, don't suck pigs. I'm not sucking pigs.
This must be the river that girl mentioned.
It's not a river. Fail. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I don't know why. Dan, stop. Yeah, suck. Griffin, no, stop. What are you doing? It's pretty cool. You dolls. You son of a bitch. Oh, there's another one. 2 shots for each appendage. No, Marty bot. Champ, come on, dude. Let's not do that, bud. Devil.
Cut off too.
But I am curious as to
I'm
why
not
it
surprised.
fails so much, though. Oh. I shouldn't. Should I? I don't need to come back. I don't think. Fuck it. It's only a chicken.
No more syringes.
I didn't mean to do a syringe, I just wanted to crouch. Gasoline to turn on the motorbike to sharpen your knife. Every time you use the sharpener's motorbike, your knife regains full durability. I didn't even know it had durability. Mind you, didn't really read the Yeah, there we go. There we go. Hey, Trekkie, how you doing? Well, that is accurate. I come into Dan's stop. Dan causing chaos like
Sharper than
100%. Dan, what do you mean? No, he. 100%. Didn't read instructions, don't be like Dan. The difference is, Jantha, no. The difference is, do you see how I'm not rage quitting because I didn't read the instructions? I pieced it together like a little jigsaw. I got one piece of the jigsaw, the gasoline, and then I had the other piece of the jigsaw, the motorbike, and then the third piece of the jigsaw, which was the knife. And they all kind of just fit nicely together. Dan. Dan. All right, Dan. Tell me how's Tales of the Shire going? You know? Yeah, you opened it back up. It's refreshing. Sir? You son of a bitch. Fucking pitchfork. Don't go that way. That chicken would be nice. It's refreshing to see someone work through a game. Thought so, Jeff, and that's why I was, I decided to play this, because I thought after last night, there was something about last night and watching, I don't know, someone streamed, they're just getting really frustrated because they didn't read the instructions. So I thought, I'll give it a go. I'll see how bad it is, and it's pretty good.
Can't be happening. Somebody wake me up already.
Yep, because it makes sense with no head attack. Yeah. So I think they're statues, but they're also kind of like whatever, Dan. They're mannequin statue-esque things, and their heads can move around, and they're pretty cool. But yeah, they still walk around and try and kill you with no head and no legs and no arms. So journal. Oh, I have a journal. Oh my god. Oh, this is 100% just Bioshock. Instructions are important. Yeah, well, not all the time. Sometimes you don't need instructions. Then there's other times, which we found out, that you do need instructions. I'm gonna go this way. What's upstairs? Nothing's upstairs. I can't go upstairs. I gotta see if I can successfully do some drawing while I shoot things. Hell yeah, Jantho. Are you drawing anything in particular? Or just, we got explosive barrels. We're gonna have 3-4 dudes at the same time? Close proximity. Yep, here we go. Fucking called it. 3. Alright, come on. Yeah, okay. Easy. I got a list of emotes I would like to work on while I have the spare time at this place. Oh, nice. Trekkie, yes, so far, I've got to be on the other side to push it. Is there a map? Oh, there is a map. Oh, well, okay, so you can backtrack in a way? Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Intractable. Fuck, did I miss that? What was that one? Oh, shit, I think I missed something. Yeah, no, it's good. I feel like I'm fairly early on still. But no, overall, from this current stage, I am liking it. Door? Hmm. I thought something was going to jump out. I get very Res Evil Village vibes at the moment.
I am not leaving this place.
Yeah,
Something out
you need
there.
to stop that.
Something worse than those damn statues. I couldn't see her clearly.
Worse than the statues.
Every time she moves, the floor trembles. Like if the earth were about to rip apart.
That's cool. Journal updated. This can't be happening. Someone wake me up already. Brilliant. Okay, so I'm guessing there'll be some stairs that you would have to flick and they would fall down. I'm gonna flick the lever. Lever flicking. No, no. 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 This way. Yeah, totally, now that you say that. Yeah, I think it's only through, like, the interiors. And there's, like, sometimes where, you know, you've got that big object in the way and it's almost like that village part before the castle in Village.
I need to cut the power if I want to get any closer.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, okay, here we go. So I'd press the button up there. Sick. Money. Oh, this is cool. There's a knife missing though, so I'm assuming someone in the house. Maybe. Fucking ammo. Out of ammo. Cool. I feel like I've got to check the corners just in case, because they do kind of seem to be able to fit into the nooks and crannies. Yeah, okay, here we go. Check your ass. Thank you, Danger Dan 86. Nice to have you here. Let's push this dude. You're welcome. Grim, check it for me.
Just my luck.
His blood. Take it. In his memories, you will find what you seek.
No. I cannot do this. That is not an animal.
Silence. Will you dare disobey the sun?
Never.
Gonna do it. I wonder if there's a way to not do it. Truck keys. A blood-forged replica of the truck keys. They should... Oh, that is cool. So I've been able to... Oh, this is very Res Evil. Do I have to turn it? Yep. Interact. Right, okay. Oh, that was just in the line. Fuck off. Yep. Got it. Imagine that. Someone absorbs your essence, Marty, and it's just the key to Zuna and Chip's dungeon. Which one? Which one, fish? I'd have to hop off since it's late here, but I wanted to pop by and say hello. Oh, good night, Trekkie. Good night. Everyone say good night to Trekkie. Hope you have a good sleep, and yeah, thanks for popping by.
What now?
Oh. It's Dolores. Of course. Roll out with no issues. Am I just where I was? Oh, yeah, I was. Because I went that way before, right? I had to crouch under there? Yeah. Oh, there's a... Oh, I'm on the other side of that. Right. Yep. Okay. Oh. I didn't explore everything there. Yeah, okay. Cool. I don't need you.
Gabe, listen to me. Get to the shelter. There's still time.
You again? Why can you not mind your own business?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Sunshine. I'm just trying to make sure you don't get yourself killed.
I do not need anyone worrying about me.
And has anyone ever told you you're stubborn as a mule? Reinforcements are already on their way. We just lost Angela. Don't go adding yourself to the list.
Someday I will stand before the sun. But I promise you, today is not that day.
Mule, Marty? Am I a mule? What's happening here?
I am almost there.
I am almost there. I don't need... We don't need that. Gaben is a bit cranky in this. Yep. Cranky Gaben. Gaben. Game lady called me a mule. Oh, that's kind of rude. You're one end of the mule, that's for sure. Fucking hell, fishy. Thank you. I do have to fill up my glass, though. I have a bottle, but every time I use it, Dan makes fun of me, so... Ah, shit! Don't attack me, you fucking dog. Yes, with water, fishy. Coca-Cola glass? Microplastics, Where's the Pepsi bottle, pal? Here you go. Fuck. Chip, go away. No, that's a cat, Marty. No, Scots. This is my water bottle. You can see by how loved it is. But no, I actually do need a proper bottle for water to hold a vessel. A vessel to hold water that's not a glass. The water bottle attacked you? Why did it call it a dog? No, okay, no, Scots, no. Chip attacked me when I was on the way back from water. He went for my kneecap. But instead, got my shin. Yeah, get a water bottle, mate. Yeah, Sharples, I need a water bottle. I need my little bottle. A little sippy bottle. Loser. Missed. Fuck. Pro shot. 360. Fuck. Missed. Ah! Son of a bitch. Get blocked. Go fund me for a water bottle. Fuck, maybe. Maybe I should start an OnlyFans just for a water bottle. Son of a bitch, stop. Go fund me Patreon. Fuck, why'd I go straight to OnlyFans? Desperate for money. Step 1, acquire water bottle. Step 2, place cool streamer stickers on water bottle. Step 3, thirsty, drink water. Maybe. I could just have it and not use it, fish. I think that's a thing. Get a Systema one on special. Bloody hell. Systema? Never heard of it. Hey, Jessica, how you doing? Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I will look at Systema, but on special. I assume money. Thanks, Jessica. So where am I in terms of everything? Oh, quite a distance. I think Chip's sulking somewhere. Money. Give me the money. Be like $7 and you won't need to sell gripper picks. Okay, Sharples. Okay. I will look into that. Oh, are these just the tonics from fucking Infinite? Bioshock Infinite? What is this game? This is Crisol, Theater of Idols. It's a new Blumhouse horror game. So far, not very scary, but pretty cool. Fuck, chat's going quicker than I can read. Martin is absolutely a Yeti type of fella. What the fuck does that mean, Dan? What in the absolute fuck does that mean? A Yeti type of fella? I want a drink bottle at PAX from a claw machine. I was very happy with that. Ooh. PAX, is it PAX branded, Jantho? Scott, so yeah, a bit like Bioshock with mannequin dollies, yes. Or at least inspired by 100%. Crisol, yeah. Get a pint down the Crisol. Yeah, he 100% is, Danny. This man getting aggressive. Whatever. Dan, thank you for the hydrate, mate. Appreciate it. Now, it's one of the random companies. It'll be one of the tech ones then, right? Like, not Alienware. Dell. Was it Dell?
I can see it! There.
My chat's not. There we go. I was just happy because I won things and Sin didn't. That's fucking laughing. What's my favorite color, Marty? Color, Marty. Look.
Just need to keep going. Just a few more steps.
Like a light blue? A light blue? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't really have a favorite color. I've always just said blue because that seems, rather, but no, I know. Fish, I knew what you meant. Yeah, I'd say blue, but I don't really have one. Oh, Dan, what's yours? Is yours green or fucking... What's another one? Orange? You would be a green or orange guy, wouldn't you? Sid needs to win a vacuum for his PC. Nothing. What's the color, Marty, with you? The damaged apples. I'm not looking up that hex code, mate. Not looking it up. Because I assume it's something stupid like blue. Or something. Where am I going? This way. Let's have a look this way. I know we're meant to go the other way, but thought I'd check it out. Oh. Wish I didn't check it out. That is a nice color, Dan. Nah, okay, was it periwinkle? Mod check. Check. Are you a sippy straw kind of fella, or just a wide open mouth hole kind of guy, Marty? I don't really have a sippy straw, so I guess a wide open mouth hole kind of guy. Mega chug. Well, I keep on hearing noises. I feel like Chip is around, but I don't know. It makes me concerned that he's biting cords. Now it's like a teal turquoise color. Oh. So, yeah, it's
Do I know you?
close to me, Dan. Whatever.
Not yet.
Do you drink water like a toddler would, Marty? 100% sharples. Both hands on the bottle. Not gonna do that. Yeah, two-handled type of fella. Yeah, 100%. Sometimes I
I meant to be impressed. You sound like just another fanatic to me.
Perhaps you are right. I am nothing but a messenger.
No breathing, chug
after
chug.
all.
Big exhale.
But you, sir, you have a far greater role to play. Rejoice.
Doesn't that make sense because you're the size of a toddler? Oh,
to be his witness.
got fired? Chugging
serve
like
the
you've never
sun.
had water in your life.
So
100%
tell your
sharpness.
God I
All
am
the
not
time.
interested.
If you're not doing that, are you really
Fate, no
drinking
matter how
water?
hard they try. The sun has ruled long enough, and soon
I don't even know what the story
you
is
will
right
have
now.
the honor of watching it drown beneath the waves.
Listen well, preacher. The only thing I will be watching is your fall.
Ah, got him.
Just as he
Good one,
foretold.
Gaben.
But don't keep my lord waiting. He grows
Lord Gaben.
impatient.
What are these links? I'm not clicking on the links. Knowing you, Dan, it's going to be some bit miner and my GPU is going to go to 150%, and it's just going to be, you know, you're going to hack my system. I see the word key in there, so it's going to be a key logger. Not clicking it, Daniel. Click the BCF one, mate. That's the ideal water bottle for you. Shut up, computer man. Look, Fish, I'll click it after. But is it going to be one of those little toddler ones? Because that I'd appreciate that actually. But I just need something that holds water, you know. At least 2 liters. Very mighty coated fishy. Fuck. Alright. BCF. Let's have a look. Yeti. Right. Okay. Things are making sense now. Yeah, look. Doesn't look too bad, actually. Oh, there's a fucking 64-ounce one. That's almost 2 liters. Oh, $100. Look, I haven't got rid of the tab. So I just the tab's still there. But now I can understand why you're calling me a fucking Yeti guy, Dan. You know, it's just rude. Honestly. But it makes sense. The Seafoam Chug Cap Yeti water bottle. Appreciate it. I still have a big bottle, water bottle somewhere. Oh, this is cool. I can't go back though, so. And I'm walking at a fucking snail's pace. Just trying to support the homies in the Hydro Homie journey. Thanks, Fishy. Yeah, I'll look at, I do have to move away from...
No, I am not. As long as
an
the
old
sun stands with me, there is
1.25
nothing
litre
I cannot do.
bottle of Pepsi. So, he's trying to... Oh, I've already read that one. So aggressive tonight.
Show yourself and face me. Stop
Sorry,
skulking
Dan.
in the shadows.
I've had a day. I shouldn't take it out on anyone. I apologize. I just, you know, Dan, you've just... Marky's on one today. I can't remember if 3 liters or 4 liters, but it's obscene. Don't get one that big. That seems... Why
Right,
can't I?
Gabriel. How hard can it be to fix an arcane?
That seems
seal?
like too big. 3 liters or 4 liters. That's huge. 420. Okay, cool. So Zuna's fine. No, Zuna's fine. She didn't type 420, fish. It's fine. Gimme. What? Why does it start at the fucking crotch? Yeah, maybe I am sucking all these things. It's weird. Oh, and you... Oh, okay, ceremonial. Not one for fucking thingies. For fucking thingies? For killing people. For blocking. That's for chip 2. No. God damn it. This man is on one and not even the cat is
At the dawn of time, darkness ruled the world, forcing mankind to cower in fear among the shadows. Moved by compassion, the sun god descended from the heavens and taught them the secret arts of fire. Those sacred flames tore night from day, giving rise to civilization, and with it, to art, music, and literature. Enchanted by the imagination of his children, the sun took human form.
I don't know where fish... fish?
City he would
Your
soon
fish.
call
I don't know where... I just saw fish and that was on my mind. I don't know where Chip is. Zuna, is Chip in with you?
What are these memories?
Or is he being a sook? Plotting your demise. Honestly. The fact that I just got water and I came back over here... Alright, so I need 3 more daggers.
The bond is not strong enough.
So what did I plan to do coming here? I didn't know what was happening here.
No, please, no. No, Mother Dolores. I beg you. No, forgive me. Please, no, no.
Oh.
Better stop praying.
I will save my prayers for your funeral.
Oh. It's kind of cool.
I was going to be quick.
This is very violent, Dan.
I'll enjoy watching you suffer.
Right, so these are the reinforcements that old mate was talking about. Oh, thanks. Sick. So that was the prologue, by the sounds of that achievement. Yeah. I'm just waiting for the credits to roll as well. The end of the game. Dan got zoomies or Dan for zoomies?
head. Hey, is anyone there?
Well, well. Sleeping Beauty's finally awake.
Mediodía. You knew the seal was beyond repair and said nothing?
Cool your jets! I did warn you not to go in, but no, Mr. It's My Business didn't listen to me. And now, here we are. My boys risked their buttocks saving yours. Some of them didn't even make it back. But hey, who's counting, right?
I am sorry about
Why
your
does she
men.
give me...
Look,
Fucking
we're fans of the sun too.
Why
A
does-
sorta secret club, you know? Wardens.
She
of
gives me,
some
like,
ancient
really creepy
evil that's been
vibes.
chained up on
Vibes?
this island for
Babs?
ages. Well,
Eyes
until
are
some idiots screwed
really
it up.
red or orange.
Bravo! Round of applause.
And now you want
I wonder
me
if I can
to
shoot
clean
her.
up your mess.
Ding, ding, ding! We have a winner.
A wiener.
The seal that kept it trapped was
She reminds me of
cast with the
Tiny Tina.
blood of
Yeah.
the foremost die-hard Sun devotees.
And I'm not sure if it's just like the
And guess
overexpression
what?
of
Only
words
the blood of their
or
descendants can fix it. You already gobbled up one.
the
individual,
not caring
right?
that the people have just died.
Nasty. But we
but-
still need 3 more for the grand finale.
Oh, it's the fucking
All right.
the
We will
executor
be
dude
allies for now.
from Shrek.
But stay out of my way.
Me,
Understood?
my lord. That
It
guy.
would only slow me down.
Whatever you
From
say,
Shrek 1.
Gabe. You're the boss.
And future
I'll
Shreks.
back you up from here. Now get
With
out
the
there and let's
Intonation of her talking. I'm waiting for the ooh daddy TTS. Yeah, I don't have Tangier. So anything to interact in here? Can I play this? Nope. Yeah, really orange eyes. That's right. I'm sure I'll shoot her after. Oh, do I get these fucking cool weapons?
I can't feel my leg. I can't feel it.
Have you tried touching it? This is the outfit of a killer, Bella. Yep. Yep. Alright, Dan. Calm down, mate.
Do you really think we can win? Sometimes it feels like all hope is lost.
Come on, brother. Don't lose faith. Now that the Chosen One is here, our luck is turning around.
I guess you're right. Though, to be honest, he's not exactly what I expected.
Oh, yeah? What were you expecting?
I don't know. Taller?
These voices don't match the bodies, in my opinion. I don't know. Real buff. Real buff. Uwu kind of voice. And yeah, average. Although these arms seem real thick. Are these arms real thick or is it just me? Yeah. Yeah, like tiny, tiny wrists. Do you see how tiny those wrists are? Like that's a chonk arm. Wow. Tiny hand ankles. Yep. I'm actually going to be buying a big bucket of rice to get forearms like that. Nice. Are these arms thick, or are you happy to see me? Oh, man. All right. Let's see where we're going. Okay. Up we go. I'm just in a different... Skills? Oh, unlocked from the shop. That's cool. Oh, look at all these weapons that I'm going to get. 9 of them. Because why would I have 9 slots? So I'm curious if this is going to be a hub world between sections. So we've done one dagger. That would be
Yoo-hoo, little Robin.
like the... So that's the prologue. And then we've got chapter 1, which would be the first dagger, chapter 2, chapter 3. But in between each chapters, I wonder if we're going back here to this hub world. And that's where you buy guns, skills,
Cut the nonsense,
perhaps.
witch. I do not have time for games.
Such venom, mon cher.
Just...
This witch.
Apparently my headphones are battery low, even though I charged them to 100% just before stream.
What could you possibly offer me?
Oh, spells, blessings, or perhaps enhance your divine blood. All for a modest price, of course. Hmm? As you can understand, keeping up this lifestyle isn't cheap. But don't worry, you won't have to sell me your soul. At least,
what's happening
not
here?
yet.
Ugh. Oh, I can save. Might do that. Yep. Shop.
Welcome, mon cœur.
Arsenal. Arsenal. Oh, and I can upgrade. Nice. Not available to up. Well, why have this here then? Why not just have durability? Hey, Zach, how you doing? Cock. Nope, that's not a thing. Good try, though. Skills. Thanks, Cannoli. Oh my god, why did I call you Cannoli? Oh, Jessica. Thank you. Hey, Crefton, thank you for checking in. So are these all stupid price? Yes, headphones, thank you. Battery low, please charge now. Completely get it? Crow relics. Okay, I need to look for crow relics. Thank you, Zuno. So it'd probably be best to get one of these guys. Reload speed would probably be maybe ammo capacity? Damage though. Could have done anything. But I didn't.
Good. May fortune smile upon you.
1, 2, testing. 1,
Okay, I gotta go. Sleepy buyers. Have a great rest of stream, everyone. Thanks,
and
Sharples.
clear.
Everyone say goodnight to Sharples.
Our base is tucked away beneath
And have a
the
great
tournament
sleep,
affair.
Sharpie.
The perfect cover, right? Take a stroll. Don't be shy. Who knows? You might find something useful among all this junk. And if you're up for a challenge, try beating my high score at the pool parato.
Now I was supposed to head to bed like 30 minutes ago.
You know,
Dan, why didn't you?
but
Why
don't get
didn't you go?
too comfy.
Are you actually
Armenia Espina's
derogatory? Are you going to sleep now, Dan?
Once
Is
you're
this you
done,
going to sleep?
Look for the gate with the lit battlements. My boys will open it for you with pleasure.
Everyone say goodnight to... Everyone say goodnight to Dan. I assume he's going to sleep. He also insulted everyone as well. So, thank you for that. Have a great sleep. Everyone say night to Dan. If you want, feel free. He did insult you also. This wording is quite unclear to me. I can't say a specific word for the rest of the stream for 5 minutes. Ah, yes. Thank you, Zach. That does seem... I think originally it was... Thank you, Dan. Originally I was gonna have it where it was for the rest of the stream, and then I changed it to 5 minutes. But I clearly didn't change it for that. So I've got to... I will fix that up. Compromise, make it 10 minutes. No. Because we tried it the other day and it was not good. 8. Okay, so there's things to get Good try though. 100% Zach. I hope you dream of your teeth falling out. Oh, nice one, Mandy.
Head to the Mermaid District. They're waiting for you there.
I've got a chest here. 13. Oh, great. Cool. Can I go inside this place?
Shows you, but that doesn't mean I trust.
Yeah, I can. Just another... Okay. Maybe go upstairs. Thanks, fishy. 10. What is this? Elvis-looking dudes versus bulls. Does this ever do anything? Did the sound not play? There is a sound that plays. Did the sound not play? They're just really quiet. Okay, hang on. Oh, that might be really loud. Hey, Ice Picker, how you doing? I didn't hear it, but I'm also listening via Mandy's phone. Okay, yeah. They were quieter. I just don't want to have them up too loud. But I've turned them up slightly. So hopefully. I played the surprise motherfucker. Yeah. How cruel is it considered to redeem Stand? Yeah, look. It's a love-hate relationship. It's there to be redeemed. But I am also enjoying sitting down. So it depends on how much you want to punish me, I guess. 11:15 feels like sitting down time. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely 11:15. Yep. No, I'm not Zach. No, it's 11:15 where I am right now.
How much longer till the shift change?
100%. It's 11:15.
Shut your mouth.
There's no sit routine either. Well, I'm sitting, Crippen. I'm always sitting unless I'm standing, and then I sit after the time. Is this the stand redeem is for a specific time?
Yeah. I know you don't care about what people say, but I'm not just gonna stand there while they throw.
What's this one? 14. So I won't be able to... Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, Mermaid District's over this way. That's the way I need to go. But I'm not going
Prizes
to...
for everyone! Bring your tickets and pick your reward.
A record. A scroll. Nothing. Money. One of those things that I need to upgrade. Gas. That one's been redeemed. That's cool. Go that way.
No victory without a reward. Your tickets.
No victory without an award. Reward. Play.
Was that a punch or a gentle breeze? Yikes. My grandma hits harder
Oh
than
my
that.
god. Audio's coming through. It's going to be so loud. Sorry, everyone. Headphones died. Okay, looks like I'm going to play without a little bit of sound for a while. Thanks, Dan. Weren't you going to bed, Dan? You jerk?
Grab that water blaster and unleash the true power of the sea.
Yep, be back. I'm just going to go charge my headphones because apparently... Hello, Chip. Chip, you're all the way over there.
Our island is in danger. Can you save us from the malignant's fire? Grab that water blaster. Blaster and unleash the true power of the sea.
What headphones have I got? They are the Bose quiet noise cancelling headphones. I've had them for a few years now, but I do need to get new ones at some point. Who could have seen that coming? I don't know, Mandy. Not me. I kind of waited just to the last minute, right? Hey, wait a minute. About Marty Variety Streamer, I believe I was just gaslit. Damn it. Damn it.
Was that a punch or a gentle breeze?
I forgot that was in the bio. I was... No, I'm in Brisbane. It's not... Yeah, it's 20 past 10. Oh.
Now that's a punch, sailor. Here are your tickets.
But what happens if I get the most? Fuck.
Yikes.
No.
My grandma hits harder
No,
than
Zach,
that.
don't do it. Ah.
Congratulations, but I am out of tickets. Come back later. Was that a punch
Just
or a
before
gentle breeze?
I'm too quick with it. Shit. Zach will remember this. Oh no.
I do not have a single ticket left.
So far it's 50-50. You all seem to be from Brizzy or Melbourne. Yeah, there's a lot of the community with Sass, Scotch, and Bella at the moment that are kind of split between those, but I think there's some stragglers that are Western Australia and Sydney and New South Wales, but pretty much it's either Brisbane or Melbourne. So close. I'm not even sure if I'm going to get anything. I don't think I will, but I kind of want to... Oh, it's icy from Perth.
You are unbeatable. Alas, I do not have a single
I didn't know icy was in Perth. Exactly, there's like 2.5 of us in Perth.
Congratulations, but I am out of
Oh, out of tickets. Oh, that could have...
Our island is in danger. Can you save us? Hurry! Douse the flames before it's too late.
I didn't get that last one. No, maybe I did. So many. You know what? No, I shouldn't have let it go down to the bottom. Run out. It seems to be a bit of a delay when you... Oh, I'm missing. I'm finding it a novelty that the Aussie is not in Sydney. Most of the ones are prior to the last year, so we're all Sydney based. Yep. We're all Sydney based, yeah, okay. But is Icy real? Or... It'll send you. Perth is Brisbane. Let it run out from the ocean. Yeah. I've only been to Perth once. It was years and years ago, but we took the train from Sydney through the middle. It was long. Do I get tickets from this one? Do I get... Is that tickets? Maybe not. Train's long, yep. Yeah. I don't really remember it because I was rather young. But I've never been to Perth. I'd like to go. Yeah. Years and years ago. We have electricity. Oh shit.
Slow. Better luck next time.
Shit.
Ready, set, go!
We're still waiting on toilet paper. Due for another trip over there soon, I think. It's pretty good over there. Yeah, we didn't stay for long.
We finally got one of them.
Yeah, I was rather young.
Yeah. But where are
God, I can't tell if there's someone fucking in the apartment above or beside us or whatever, but there's just like this constant banging. Stop. Alright, nothing. I haven't been since my uncle's funeral many years ago. It's funny, there's a few people I know from the Sydney area on Twitch, but they're not the majority by far. This is going to sound like shit posting, but generally the Sydney-centric community's vibes aren't it for me. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm from lived in New South Wales for a while, and yeah, agree. There's definitely a different vibe. How many tickets do I have? 800. Oh, maybe I could get the thingy? Yeah. Thanks. Sick. Got you. And then... got enough of that. Yeah, so... yeah, there's the vibe of Sydney and a few places around that are very different. And it's much more chill.
What do you desire?
Up here. Up here in Melbourne's rather chill as well. I think the music streamers ended up being very Sid based is why yeah. Yep. That makes sense. I think there's more live music in Melbourne and
catches your eye?
Brisbane. I don't think they're... not saying that there's no live music in Sydney, because there is, but there's more, I guess, support and more smaller bars and stuff for a lot of the local bands. Because the music scene up here in Brizzy's huge, right? And I assume the music scene in Melbourne's really big. Sydney, I assume the music's... the bands and whatnot don't really have much place to go maybe in Sydney, so I maybe that's why skills, that's what I wanted. So you take 15% less damage while performing knife attacks. Sure. Yeah, the lockout laws, yeah.
You're my best customer.
I do have more money.
Service to you.
More money to spend. Oh, I've got the hiccups now. Fire rate, reload, more money. Ooh, yeah. But I don't have enough for two things. Ammo capacity is pretty good. I don't really care about fire rate at the moment. Maybe go ammo capacity? I assume that takes more blood out of me as well.
Come back soon, Hanson.
It's fine. What's down here? Oh, absorb. Oh, am I going to get the key for this one from this guy? Yeah. Solari brooch. Brooch me. One. Yep. So, okay, so... I have more money. Oh my god. Fuck, I should have saved it.
I was dying to see you again.
Wait, no, I did... How have I got 650? Let's go durability. Let's double the durability of the knife. At the moment, that durability sucks.
Until next time.
I don't know, man. I've just never got Sydney. Where when I visit Melbourne, I'm like, yeah, I get why people fuck with. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've been down to Sydney a bunch of times, and it's just always no. I couldn't. I could maybe go back to if there's like a massive event there, but I don't think I could ever live there I don't think I'd ever travel there just as like a holiday.
Still can't get used to the rain. I'm surprised I haven't
I've been to Sid once, and it was purely to catch up with the Twitch friends. The city itself was kind of really... Yeah, yep. They tried the early lockouts here in Newcastle. Griffin, are you a Newie as well? Yeah, I'm Newcastle. Yeah. Yeah, I lived in Newcastle for 10... Just over 10 years? 10 years? Yeah.
And what did the gentleman expect?
But yeah, the lockouts, I remember in Newcastle, were kind of a big hit, right?
You go out and
and
tell them shut up and eat what we've got.
I remember like leaving, fuck, it sounds disgusting. Bins, was it Binnies?
If it helps
Binnies, but then you got, been so long. The one on the other side of the train tracks, it's real dodge. Yeah, anyway. But I remember just being able to kind of like jump between them. And then when they brought the lockout laws, it just sucked because then you just had to be in one. And you could leave, but then that meant you're out. And it was fucked because there's nothing open. Then you had to kind of like find your way home. And then I guess that was successful enough for Sydney, and then Sydney did it, and same shit, right? Where am I going? Mermaid. Mermaid! I need to go this way. Yep. One of the nightclubs has been turned into a half-decent live music place. Oh, cool. What place is that, if I remember? You might even say it, I had no clue. Because when I got family down there, and when Zuna and I went down there for, to meet everyone, to show off Zuna, and then King Street. Oh, is that live music now? Because when I went there, when it was not live music, it was pretty trash. And then the Macca's across the road was also trash. But yeah. Yeah, wow. It's good to know that they've improved it. Because that was two floors? 3 floors. 2 floors. One of them. Is it Finney's that I'm thinking of? Finney's has 2 floors. Ah, man, I don't know. Am I out in the big wide world now? Chapter 1. The Lovers of the Eternal Flame. Sick.
Welcome to the Mermaid District.
The only part of Sydney I really enjoyed was the Northern Beaches. Can't say I've been to Northern Beaches. Really the only time I've gone down to Sydney for like casual or event reasons was the EB Expo that happened back in 2016, 2014 or something. Maybe earlier? Fuck, I don't know. But they don't exist anymore. It was well before they brought them up to Gold Coast to fucking die. And they weren't too bad. They weren't too bad at all.
Open your eyes already.
I did like EB Expo. Then COVID happened, and then I guess EB Games has just slowly been going down the drain. Further and further. RIP EB Games New Zealand. I've never been to Newey, but I've met like 7 people from there, and they're always chill. Yeah, Newey's pretty laid back. And yeah. Pretty, yeah. You know the little town of Broke up the valley. That's my old hometown. Oh, nice. I've heard of that, I believe. But again, it's been years, sadly. Years and years. I've been up in Brisbane now for 7-ish years, I think. And there's places that I'll never forget, and then there's other places where I'm like, I once loved, but I can't remember anymore. Can't remember the name. Fuck off. Cool, can I go back that way? Oh, the art for these guys, fuck off. Art for these is so cool. Go away. There's a few places, Zach. There's a few places like that. I assume everywhere, though, as well. Alright. I don't really need you, but I'll suck ya. Suckies. Alright. One of my favorite Aussie town names has to be Wooden Bong. Nice. That is very nice.
The sea heard our prayers. I told you.
Surely I can just shoot the fucking padlock.
Your father will be back soon. And
Surely.
will be just like it
What am
used to
I?
be.
Yeah, I read that.
You'll see. Now eat up. Mommy will take care of everything else.
I'm really curious how they're going to introduce new enemies. If there are. Obviously, we've got the boss. Yeah, fuck, there's a whole thing. Oh, there's crows? Fucking hell. That mean I've got to shoot crows? How the hell are you going to see crows to shoot them? Unless they're just in the way. That's not a... And there's... Okay, there's vinyl records. Alright, time for me to head off. Thanks for the stream, Addy. Fishy, thank you so much for dropping by. It's always good to see you and have you pop in. Everyone say goodnight to Fishy. Have a great sleep. And I'll catch you around. I'm sure. No. Okay, Mandy. Mandy doesn't have to. Okay. Can I go upsies? Anyone see the trailer for Star Wars Galactic Racer? Looks fun and nice. So, I haven't seen any trailer today from the... Huh. Oh, no, I gotta go across there. Okay. I can't do that just yet. I haven't seen any trailer today from the State of Play. There's a few things that I've kind of seen that are spoiled, which is, you know, impossible to do. But yeah, I saw the original trailer for it, and then I did see that there's a new trailer for it, and I haven't seen it. But very excited nonetheless. I do like myself
Something must be blocking it.
A pod racer game. Oh, we got a... Okay, so this is basically Resi Evil Bioshock.
Welcome,
I'm down with that.
girl. Did you just come to enjoy my company?
Can I link it in chat for anyone? Yeah. Go for it, Zach. Go for it. Oh, is this a map? Yeah, cool. Wow, this place is huge. This to change level. Jesus. There is 3 levels up and 3 down. So there's 7 levels in total. That's fucking ridiculous. My god. What's this? Nothing. What's over here? Absorb. I don't need to. Gonna leave it there. Don't need to.
That must be the place.
Something here. Gasoline. Love the fast pace of the N64 pod racing. Yeah. Yep. I fuck with that game. That game's great. I think they remastered it. I'm not sure how good the remaster is. I'm not a mad Star Wars fan other than Andor, but it looks fun and nice. Yeah, Andor's great. Andor is great. So I'm keen to see where they kind of take...
Where do I start?
No clue. That place is huge.
Where they take,
Hope? I thought you knew where Espina was hiding.
These new games.
No is a strong word.
And then we got a Mando movie coming out as well. For those Star Wars fans.
Just to try
which I'm pretty keen for as well. And if Scott's here, I'm not sure if Scott's is keen for it.
Promised you, but you can tell him he won't get another drop of my blood.
Edminia Espina, I presume.
And you are?
Yeah.
That is not important.
I kind of want to see a proper trailer, maybe a story trailer.
From now on,
but the
belongs to the sun.
The one they released the other day wasn't a few weeks ago and wasn't too bad.
Well, sorry to disappoint you.
Just want to see more.
To die. It will be on my terms.
It is in your best interest not to make things harder, old woman.
Save your threats, you insolent brat. I've got nothing left. Don't you get it? There's nothing left for you to take from me.
Herminia?
Herminia. Signal cannot be far. Alright.
It will not open from this side.
That one? Vinyl record. Okay. Not harder. Do I want to go up? Money.
It should open from the other side.
Okay, so I'm kind of locked in on this side. Let's try the other one. I have a feeling it wants me to go through to the back. Nope, wants me to go on there. Okay. It's not just yet. I know there'll be a lot of backtracking anyway, but I kind of just want to... Yeah, okay. Alright. Yep. Okay. Go back here, see what's what. Don't need to just yet.
It's not fair that all hang us so much while my...
Yeah, it's 3 things in here. So these aren't chickens, they are ghoul.
wouldn't even notice if we took a little. And damn it, Annabelle spent the last
Kind of fucked.
5 years busting her back in this tavern. We earned it.
Yeah. Alright. And we've got a couple things in here to... So if we need food, need meat, we're all good. Alright. Down under. I'm glad. Nope. Son of a bitch. I knew. Oh, he's still alive. Stupid legs. Chip's so curious. Zuna. He's coming in, but he's like... He was so curious and scared in a way. And now he's yelling. What's this? Oh, syringe.
I cannot carry more syringes.
Yeah, if I take this syringe, I can have this one. More blood. You going to bed? Hang on. Hang on. You're really tired. Alright, go on. Let's get out of here. Get out of here. Zuna's going to bed. Everyone say night to Zuna. Although it's kind of rude of her not to say night here, but you know. I'm not one to say. I'm not gonna shame her. Mandy, no, she does. She does owe you. Are you gonna watch something in bed, or are you just gonna fall asleep? He's going to watch Star Trek. In bed. Not my choice of thing to watch, but hey. Each to their own. No, don't give me that.
Not all of us can be cultured. Not all of us can be cultured.
Star Wars, my dear. Star Wars.
Okay.
No, have fun. Love you. Are you coming over? Back over? Okay. Oh my god. No. No, you made me look at you. No, this isn't fair. Sorry. Is Star Trek in bed like an up late version? Oh. 100%. Alright. Love you. What a nerd. Anyway, back to video games. Yep. Check out that nerd. Oh, she closed the door on. Is Chip... Did you close the door on Chip? Is he with me? Well, no, I'm worried. Check out that nerd. Oh, I can keep on pushing. Do I want to keep on pushing? Oh, yeah, no, I do. I do want to keep on pushing. But in the meantime, I'm going to stop pushing and look around. Not that I thought I would be able to see the crow, but I thought I'd be able to see the crow. I can't see like a crow from here. I just feel like this is a very crowable area, you know? If you're going to put something to shoot that's going to be small, you would have chucked it. I mean, you did give me this one, but I thought there might have been something like on the beams. Maybe a bit later. How many bullets? 13. Yeah, good. Oh, what's this? Money! I'll take it. I'll take it, the money. Yeah, well.
It's normal for the fog to play tricks on you.
Why are these guys always hiding and looking around shit? There's nothing really there.
First, I thought it was just my imagination. Until I saw it by the sea. Sound.
Through here?
Its body creaked like the groan of an old door.
Kind of just ran and jumped through that. And I do need to sharpen my knife, actually. How many hours into the game are you? Enough to give it a preliminary rating out of 10 for your impression so far? Yeah, so I think I'm only like... Ooh. An hour and a half? Maybe? Maybe. I mean, I have done one full... one chapter at least, which is the prologue. And so far, not bad. Not bad. I think I'm... The game does seem rather big, though, in terms of so much to yeah, it looks super pretty, but there's just... It's huge, too. Like, I'm not sure if I can go back to previous maps, so I can... okay, so it only looks like I can see the map that I'm currently in. And... I've really only seen this little bit here. But, like, there's a lot to go back to. So I think that's where the Res Evil side will come in. Because I need a few tools to interact with things, to unblock passages everywhere.
Stop right there!
A little old lady. What do you mean, well, that's close? No, she's just on the other side. I just gotta press that lever. There's nothing to interact with. Yes, I mean, so far, out of 10... It's not... Outside of being pretty and the aesthetics really cool, the game, like, the mechanics-wise, and, like, everything together, probably like a 7 right now. But I think that's also including...
I do not know what you are plotting. But do not think I will fall for your tricks.
Also including the promise of, like, taking on these really big bad enemies as well, or other types of enemies. I think if it was just the one type, it might get a little samey, but I don't know. Especially with the size of the game. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. So this is code for something? 524-432-31. But then... Capia Offio Seaweed Liqueur. I think I've only got this stuff, right? I can't really do anything with it. Okay, so I'm gonna need a tool. Ah, okay, yeah, so I need a tool, and I think I also use that tool elsewhere. So, to progress, I need to do that, and then... Okay, yeah, so new enemy, huzzah, Okay, nice. UI is nice, the movement system smooth, and the combat looks pretty polished. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, story lore, I've got no idea outside of... I take blood and people think I'm the chosen one. That's all I know. I haven't really been following anything else. But yeah, everything else is rather smooth. But I think it just makes me think of other games like Res Evil Village that have done it better in a way. The shooting is rather nice, like you've got to shoot for the limbs and shoot for things.
Sure that witch.
Oh, okay. So it's not shooting them, it's letting them free. Gotcha. And I do like the fact that, like, you got to figure it out. I think the garish colors are definite detractor. Resi Village was very grey and foreboding. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, yep. And I think, yeah, Resi Village, I think, had the reason to, right? And I know this has the reason to as well, but this one definitely seems more lively, whereas Village was, I think, a bit cooler tones, right? And it just makes me think of that. It makes me think of Resident Evil 4. And it makes me think of, not so much Bioshock, but there's moments when I see, like, the tonics, or whatever they're called. Griffin, good night. Thank you for stopping by as well and chat. And everyone say night to Griffin. I'll catch you around. Bioshock was like a mix of dark and bright colors. Yeah. 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 Yeah, even... I think the tonics remind me of Infinite. But yeah, the setting... no. Maybe the festival areas? Maybe. Fuck off. Yeah. Is that another one? Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely Resi Evil a lot. And it's mainly just like, you know, the map feels very Resi Evil. Having all these, yeah, being able to like backtrack and all these things link up to like a hub. So, you know, eventually I've got to come back. I do this, get a tool, and then I come back and I might unlock this and then do this bit. And then this is where I get the tool, and then I got to come back this way. Like, yeah. But then the issue is, so this is only this level, but then when I go up one, yes, I've got puzzle there for when I've got the tool. Then I've got this specific tool that I need, and I'm pretty sure this freight lift tool is the same one, but I don't know. So it's just, it's big areas, huge areas. And then obviously these are very fucking Resident Evil Village and 7. How do I get in there? Ah, up. Down. Okay. So, obviously, that's not a bad thing. but it reminds me a lot of them, and I'm like, oh, that's a pretty good game. Memento page. Mermanto. Fragment of sacred book of the sea. Its words are poison to me. Okay. I don't know what that does. But I can see it though, like an indie team looking at Res Evil Village and Res Evil 4 being like, oh fuck. This is basically just a team that has played a bunch of Res Evil, you know, growing up and as a history, and then a lot of Bioshock, and then they're just kind of mashing the two together, but make with their own spin, which is kind of what you want to do, right? As your dream game. And overall, it's pretty nice. I can't really remember another game where you have to be so precise with the shots. Like a headshot. Going for the leg. Fuck off. Nope. I was behind a thing. And I think for me, I'm liking the whole cult kind of vibe as well. Not that they are cult, but like these mannequins or dolls with like the bull or the I think it's a bull mask kind of thing. Like it feels almost culty, almost like Res Evil 4. Looks like it was a team of 18 that made this. Yeah, super small team. Small indie team, like... You can see all the inspirations from it. Thanks, Typefast. I do need to get my headphones. Hopefully there's enough, You gonna jump up, Hippie? You jumping up? Oh, okay. This is what he does. He just walks over and just wants to cuddle. Hmm? What's moving? What's down there? Okay. No, you're not going over that way. Chill out. Chill out. What's that? Yeah, he's very cute. Yeah, he does it during meetings and he does it just whenever. He just wants cuddles. Jumps up, walks across. I'll be mid-meeting at work. He'll just flop right here. Wouldn't change it though. Wouldn't change it. He does get on my nerves quite a bit, but it's fine. He's only baby. No. Yeah, so I thought... I was really hoping that this was going to be more scary though. Mainly because it is kind of marketed as a horror. And I'm not really jumping. It's more of a more of an actiony, I guess, at the moment. I would probably say it's more like the action sequences of Village. Not the last part, but probably
Even the Galurians stopped playing.
no, probably not the first part.
What about the poor Ophiutor?
I would say everything after the, if you've played Village, everything after the dollhouse and before the factory, I'd say this is very similar to in terms of feeling, because it is very just, it's more actiony. No horror. There doesn't seem to be really any jump scares. I'd say it's more closely aligned with Bioshock 1 in terms of combat. Yeah, that's actually a good thing. Good comparison there. Bioshock 1 without the plasmids. Yep. Yep. And I would probably... Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Get headshot of son. Oh. Missed. Oh. Nice. Holy shit. Hello. Hello. Emma, how you doing? Oh, okay, hang on, let me pause. Let me come over here. Jesus. Hello. Let me put the music on. Oh my god. I didn't want to do this in silence. Fuck, now I've got to scroll all the way up. Emma, how you doing? You were playing this. How was it? I've only been playing this for probably about 2 hours now. And I came in and I was going to say, hey, I saw you were playing it and I was like, I don't want to really stay for too long. But yeah, are you liking it so far? Scott's and I were just talking about the inspiration for it. Anyway. Thank you for rating. Orange Sims, how you doing? Wolfie, hello. Sexy Sal's, hello. Amp, hello. Hey. Silvari, hello. Nice to meet you. Hey, Emma. Hello. Also, I thought I'd already done this. Done what? Oh, I'd ask what you did, but I don't know because I'm baby at stream and I'm not sure. But hello. Thanks for choosing anyway. Coming over here. I love it. I played for like nearly 9 hours and still only just finished chapter 1. Yes. So Scott's and I were just talking about what it feels like, and I'm feeling a lot of Resi Evil Village, and sprinkle a bit of Bioshock, but mainly Resident Evil. And I can see how you've sunk 9 hours into it. The fucking maps are huge. I thought it was going to be rather contained, like the prologue, and then we're a little bit into chapter 1, not far, and the map is just massive. Orange, avoiding the spoilies. Yep. Yeah. Followed. Honestly, I really have only started picking up stream again this week, so whether I continue with it is going to be another question, but I'm enjoying it. Correct pronunciation. Thank you for the biddy. I explore way too hard. Yes. Yep. I'm trying to... I look at the map and there's a lot of places at the moment that I can't reach. So I'm assuming I'm going to be getting a tool soon because there's a lot. But yeah, it's massive. I've seen you all over the place. Didn't know you've been streaming. Yeah, Orange Sims. Yeah. So beforehand, I was kind of more of a viewer. And I streamed years and years ago, but I kind of stopped. And it wasn't... I wasn't streaming regularly anyway, but I think, yeah, I'm enjoying it, and I've met a lot of amazing creators as well. And obviously, I don't do it for money or anything, but it's just a fun thing. And obviously, I get to spend more time with, you know, Emma and the amazing content creators that I've met through game devs. So it is cool. But yeah, no, it's a very new thing. So the trading card game shop. Yep. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Sims, you should definitely look into it. Hey, you've got a life and dev stuff happening, so it's only fair you can't always find the time. Yes, yeah, so I'm trying to find the balance at the moment. I'm enjoying this. I want to make a game. I'm making a game, sorry. And then, yeah, work, and then finding time to spend with Zuna as well. So, yeah, it's finding that nice little neat balance. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Still wanting to try again, but anxiety sucks. Yeah. Oh man. I think the last time I was really streaming was probably in COVID, back in 2020. And then when I was kind of out of the job for 6 months. What the fuck are you doing? Cat's going crazy. When I was out of the job for 6 months, I was streaming regularly a little. And then, yeah, after that, I kind of dabbled in streaming. But, yeah. Glad you picked it up again, even just for, yeah. And it's funny because Zuna started streaming and was getting back into it. And then I was like, this sounds awesome. Zuna's getting into it. We've met Emma, we've met Sass, we've met Scotch. Like, it's just so many, it's just hype. And then I started streaming, and then life has kind of picked up pretty hard and fast for Zuna. And she's getting really busy with work and other stuff. And so she's had to kind of put it on pause at the moment. She really wants to come back. But then I'm kind of doing more of it. So it's kind of like we've just switched. But yeah, no, it is good. So many amazing and talented people. Yep. Fuck, I'm so far behind. Are you making another game or still putting work into the night shift? Yeah, so at the moment, it's kind of, I'm working on a new game, a separate game. And this one isn't horror, but I just kind of wanted to dabble in it. And I'm excited to put it out, but I think after this one, it's making me miss horror. So once I put this one out, I think I'm just going to go back to horror. And then, yeah. But I just wanted to dabble outside for a sec, see how I go, and then back into horror I am. I'll dabble you, boy. Scotch, you could dabble me any day. Must be that hour my cat is going crazy too. I think it might be. Excited to see what else you make. Yeah, for sure. Don't have to stick to one genre. No. The thing is, horror games you can make relatively contained and small, and then you can do that with other games, but I guess it's different, right? Like if you wanted to make an RPG, you can't really make an RPG small and contained. You can't make you could make an action game like Mega Bonk or Vampire Survivors rather contained. But then there's a lot of those now as well, so you've really got to find a niche. And horror, I think I love horror movies, games. So yeah, I think after this I'll probably go back. But I'm enjoying what I'm doing now, and I'm kind of excited to work on it and put it out there, and it'll be different because obviously it'll be a different crowd to the people that I've mingled with at the moment. But no, it's a lot. I think, yeah, everyone's been so amazing and supportive. You can do a lot more in a smaller space. Yes, you can. Yeah, no, it is good. Mandy, oh, you going to bed? Oh, thank you for dropping by. Everyone say night to Mandy. Chat, please don't piss the bed. Oh, you didn't say streamer don't piss the bed. Mandy, now I'm gonna... Oh. How about a fun idea for a horror game built around a memento-like mechanic like the movie? Ooh, that's exciting. Scotch, I'd when we're 1-to-1 again out at lunch, I'd love to hear it. I'm not going to steal your idea, of course, but I love hearing people's ideas for games and whatever. And then hey, maybe we can make it a reality one day. Who knows? And we can get Scots in. We could get all the people. You know, it'll be great. Yeah, I can't promise the bed won't be pissed in if Shads came in with the raid. Oh no, did Shads come in with the raid? That's dangerous. That's dangerous. No, I'd let you bring it to life, man. Oh, that's got you. No, I'd be super curious to hear your idea, because I'd love to, like, even if we didn't, and it was just an idea that you kept, I'd love to be able to like help you kind of brainstorm and really make it gamified, and try and do that. And then whether you did it with me or someone else, you'd at least have that, and you'd be able to kind of talk to someone else and stuff. But that'd be sick. That'd be awesome. He's not allowed top bunk. Oh no. Does Shads piss the bed? No, surely not. Surely not. He did say he went to bed, but could be a lurky tab. Fair. Shads does work, and he's a hard-working lad. But no, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Emma, for coming in. I wasn't expecting it at all, one bit. But yeah, thank you for choosing me. But it's so good to see you, and so good to see and speak with you as well. And the other way, where we've done a flippy flip. Usually it's me coming in to say hey to you. Anything with Shads is dangerous, 100%. He's really loving Cyberpunk at the moment. I don't know how far he is. I think he's doing the DLC at the moment, and I don't know how far he's in with that. Could be, but he works weekends, so probably sleeping. Oh, he does too. I forgot about that. Yeah. All right. The excitement's done. We're jumping back into the game. It's okay. I'm always indecisive, but you won the coin flip in my brain. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And it's amazing that you brought your community here. Wasn't expecting it, but thank you so much. We're going to jump back in. I do have to run and get my headphones because they died. They died like an hour into the game, even though they were 100%, which was real poopy. Emma was playing a horror game, and I think Ayla, the first section was like, I find the item for the puzzle while wandering through multiple versions of the same map. The part that got me absolutely fuck off scared was the map shift non-Euclidean ways depending on your movement. Oh, is Ayla that new one? Ayla. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yep. I've seen parts of this. They did a tech demo, I think, ages ago, and it looked really cool. No, this looks awesome, actually. How was Emma? Did you like that? It was pretty dang good. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Was it supernatural horror, or was it like cosmic horror or anything like that? But obviously, if it's spoilery, don't say, because it looks pretty. It looks pretty. God damn it! Is Dan? Oh no! I feel like Dan tried calling me at some point on Steam. I'm an easy spook on horror and will keep the fuck away from it, but goddamn, I would play through a longer form game of just that. It was phenomenal. When there's games like that just hit the spot, and it's generally not in the normal games that you play, when you find that is real good. Thank you, Type Fast. I did feel I was getting a bit parched, so thank you. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get my headphones, and then we'll jump back into the game. But I will do that. It was a mashup of a few different games throughout, but mostly like a psychological way. I'm going to say, yeah, okay. So that reminds me of Dead Format. I haven't played it. I watched Sass play it a little bit, but it's almost like that, right? Like it's a bunch of different genres in a way. I'm not sure if you've played Dead Format. Oh, AI Horror, your game tester who's trying to... Is that Ayla? Okay. I've seen the start of it then. I've seen the start of Ayla, if that is the AI Horror one. Because even the start of that was really cool. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. Be back. Be back. Alright. What have I missed? Dead Format looks super impressive for a solo dev project. 100%. When I found out it was a solo dev, I was blown out of the water. Oh my god, the music's playing, and we're in the game. Silly Billy. I played the demo for Dead Format. Yeah, Ayla is the AI horror one. Yeah, okay, so I have seen the start of it then. Still insane. Both games look really cool and awesome. I haven't played either of them, but yeah. Starting level was cool. Oh, come on, Chip, come on. Before we get into the game, don't come over that way. Emma, do you want to see my cat? Is this... You don't want to be on me now. You don't want cuddles. Yep. Okay, hang on. Let me switch back here. Are you just going to lie down now? I think I need another camera here. Hang on. Chip, everyone wants to see you. Come here. I know. I'm such a meanie poo. Come here. Come here. I know. Oh, got the bunny kicks. I do need a cat cam. He just doesn't stay in the one spot for long enough. And he's biting my my wrist. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Stop. I'm trying to get my hand out. Hand ankles. Out. Okay. Hang on. Ah. Yep. Classic Cato behavior. You okay, bud? You good? Boop. Yeah. He's very silly and he's very cuddly. And there's a lot to him. Isn't there? There's a lot to you. You're a big fat boy. But he's not. He's just all fluff. All fluff. Okay, back on the table you go. There we go. Oh. Don't push the fucking monitor and microphone. Stop. I just wanted cuddles. No, stop doing that. Okay. Ow. Okay. Night Type Fast, thank you so much for dropping by. Everyone say night to Type Fast. And we'll catch you next time and around. Okay. Yes. Ah, don't try and bite my face. Okay. Alright. Okay, everyone say goodnight to Chip, because I'm going to chuck him in the bedroom as well. Look at him. But father, I crave violence. He most certainly does. No. No. No, kitty, go to bed. Yep. Okay. Come on. That was a mission. An honest mission to get him off of this hand. Oh, bit of fluff. To get him off of this hand. Then he then started to go on this hand. And then I had to like do some backwards mumbo jumbo with him. And Zuna's asleep now. So I had to kind of peacefully, somehow find a way to peacefully put him on the bed. And then quickly close the door quietly. So, anyway, he's in there now. And he'll meow, I think, for a couple bits and then just fall asleep. Because he's a goose. Whew. Okay. Here we go. So yeah, at the moment, Emma, yeah, I haven't really explored much. This is all I've really done. And I've gone down here. It's just so big. Thank you for the giggles and warm welcome. I'm going to go get ready for EP time. We watch him while I wind down. Well, thank you so much, Emma. I appreciate you honestly dropping by. But yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. I'm sure your EP, because it's just after, it's about 12:30 for you? 12:30ish? It's your bedtime. Sleepy. Suspicious about this. I think you throw at it in fastball style and slam the door quick, like just like a little grenade. In he goes, and then I just run away. Okay. Okie dokie. I need to reload. Yeah, just getting started. Just getting started. I want a new gun. Or I want to upgrade this one. Okay, I might absorb you. Yummies. Marty Tyros? I can't really do anything. Here, down I go.
Back to the city. Where would those mermaids be hiding?
Have I already been here? I know I have. Well, I guess down that way, right? I haven't been that way. Get your price. A shotgun? I'll take it. Okay, I'm gonna stop lurking and attempt sleep. Thank you for... Jantha, thank you so much for dropping by. Everyone say night to Jantha, and I think if Emma doesn't come back, everyone say night to Emma as well. Just in case, to cover our bases. Obviously, Emma, don't say anything, because you're getting ready for EP time. But say night to Jantha, say night to Emma. It's getting to that time of night, I think, where everyone's just getting a little bit EP.
My bag is full.
My bag is full. Okay. Oh my god, there's a dude. No! I may have not left my seat yet. Zach, no, thank you for dropping by. Everyone say night to Zach as well. Everyone's going to bed. I'll catch you around, Zach. Emma, get out of here. Stop getting distracted. You're eepy. I had a big fat napsident earlier. I'm going to be up for a while. Oh no. Day naps are good until they're not.
Something must be blocking it.
Of course. I clearly can't... I know it's a padlock on the other side, but whatever. So... I shall be going down this way. What? Hey! Stop running. Ooh. The naps you shouldn't be having hit the best. You're not wrong. Honestly, you're not wrong. Oh. Oh, this one's been padlocked. I don't have a key, obviously. Right. I saw some people on Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it. And obviously, that place is just a fucking cesspit of just people complaining. But people complaining about this game having the yellow paint everywhere. And look, it's not the worst. Obviously, it's not super obvious, and in a way it is, that you can interact with it. But also, who cares? Like, there's a reason why it's there. And it's because playtesters didn't know to come over and interact with it. Playtesters struggled to find something, so they put something there. Obviously, there's ways around it, but I think in an environment like this, where you've got all this color going on, I don't know. It's people just complain for the sake of complaining. Like, it's so stupid. And then people just won't play the game. And I think it's they're missing out, right? Like, it's a good game. I'm enjoying it. I can't. No, I can't. I thought I might be able to.
It will not open from this side.
It will not open from this side. It's not been Uncharted levels of yellow, but I think they stuck a good... Yeah, 100%. Like, I know I'm going back to this, but it does look like this was meant to be a yellow metal, or painted yellow, and then these are wraps. Sure, makes sense. And then there's ones like this. It's not obvious when I'm looking at it. It's obvious in a way, but if it wasn't yellow and it was brown, I wouldn't really know to go this way. So, but yeah, people just complain for the sake of complaining. I think also if there was a way to, you can't really cater for everyone, but having a way to turn it off. I know Outlaws, Star Wars Outlaws had it, and you could turn it off. And then, you know, you make certain people happy with that. Alright. No, that's rude. Looks like brass and a piston. Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, that's all you need, right? Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, this way? Yeah. One thing I forgot Tab does that. I don't have like a weight at all, do I? I can just carry as much as... Yeah. I mean, I can only carry 9. 9 consumables, really. Or different consumables. Legacy. I'm surprised this is here, actually, because we put it in the thing at the start. I didn't realize we'd get it back. I think when it's done tastefully like this, there's no reason to have setting to turn off. Yeah. People just nitpicking for the sake of... Yeah. 100%. Completely agree. Completely agree. Oh. Okay, cool. I haven't been down here. I thought I might have. Okay. Oh, right. We're on the other side of this. I can't unlock that yet. It's like even this. I know to jump over this, but it's not bright yellow. It doesn't get my eyes. I don't look at this and go, that's exactly where I need to go. It just... I'm here and it just guides me to be like, oh, you can also go this way. Okay, do I jump through there? Or do I just maybe explore this area a little bit? If there's anything here? No. Maybe... I can't push this yet, so I've got to be on the other side. Right, yep. Yeah, okay. And then this will be locked. Oh no, someone put a light. Not walking around a pitch. Yeah. Oh. And, oh, okay, yeah, no, I can't do that one yet. So this, everything down here is interacted with. This is red. I might just be red because of that, actually. Can't seem to interact with anything else. Yep. Hey. Oh no, I need... Easy. Get good. Get good, scrub. I don't know what to... I see a lot of these. And oh. Oh, it's a statue. Oh, okay. Yep, that makes sense. I hear bird on the other side of this. I think it might be a crow to unleash. Yep, no retention. Sure.
A hardware store. There might be something useful inside.
Yeah, maybe. But also, maybe not. Of course. When I get a key, oh boy, everything's getting unlocked. Everything.
I have too many of these.
Oh, come on. There we go.
It should open from the other side.
Sure. So got a place on the over there, and then a place to the right here. Okay, I can run around. Nope. Run around this side. No, I pressed E. Oh, okay, yep. So that unlocks into there now. Nice. I love it when I can unlock things. And things just go back to places where I've been before. It's just a nice feeling to it. Oh, is this guy gonna give me a spiky medallion thing for a chest? He certainly will. I don't know what number he's gonna give. The enemies move like I do after an accident. And they're just eepy. I feel like there's going to be a bit of a showdown because there's been a couple syringes and stuff around. Yeah. And that. Oh, I want actually. Oh, I wonder if I'm going to get the. Yeah. Okay. I'm probably going to get the thing to snap the chains. That makes sense. Thank you, Rolkus. Thank you. Appreciate you, Rolky. Thank you. I am going to quickly turn the aircon higher, though. It's getting a little warm. I definitely wasn't just making 1240 bowl of cereal. What cereal, Imp? What's your go-to? Hardware store. Utensils, tools, keys. Is that what they said? Tools, keys? Yeah. Now I want a 1240 bowl of cereal. I wish I had Nutri-Grain as my go-to right now. Nutri-Grain's good. I remember when I was much younger and I loved... Yeah, here we go. This is what I'm after. Perfect. Yeah. Oh, I thought I was going to get, like... It's like the perfect area to get jumped. I really thought that's what that was going to happen. Crunchy nut is solid. Yep. Yeah, no, I loved Nutri-Grain when I was in my Nutri-Grain days.
There you are.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So do I have to kill Dolores?
There's no point in fighting.
You can't run forever.
It's true, but I'm gonna go in here.
You can't hide forever.
Nutri-Grain is high tier as handfuls out of the bag. Yep.
You need more than that to stop me. And I'll never forget.
Yep. Yeah, so... Okay. Based on noise... Okay.
Gate.
Are you gonna... I think I ran. Easy.
Why this obsession with me?
Easy.
And man never forgets. Neither do I.
Cool. Yeah, do I have a... I do. Shopping.
Ready for battle once more.
I need to do that. Do I have to move it back? Yep.
Path
Cool.
is clear.
So... Yeah, perfect. And now I've got the chain cutters. I can cut the chains up there, I believe. Can't do that. No, didn't think I could. Thought I'd try though. Does that mean this chick's gonna be on me? Then? Is that what this means? Oh, no, she can't get through there. Of course. That big and I guess a door stops her.
Where do you think? There you are. You can't hide forever.
Yeah, I can. Going right. Right's the way I need to go, my dude. Guess I'll wait for her to come back. How exciting. Because I can't... And I can't shoot. Can't shoot at the door. Can't shoot here. Yep, here we go.
When I find you.
Easy. Easy. So I assume that she's just going to be chasing me around this area now. Yep. Come on. Hurry up. She's coming. So, okay. Oh, right. And now I go towards that turnstile there and I go this way. Yep. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, okay. Bye. Yep. Hopefully she's going towards that.
Why don't you come out and say hello?
I don't know what to do. I could make a run for it. And run. Oh yeah, if I go up and jump through there, maybe? Yeah. I didn't actually go in there. But she's quick. Hmm. Oh, she's just there. So she's not moving. I have a feeling it might either just be because of where I am. It's just kind of like stopped her. Look, I'll take it. Wow, grip. Hey, Rolkers, how you doing, man? How you doing? What are you doing up this late? You doing game dev stuff? Losing an Overwatch. Fuck teammates. I haven't played Overwatch for a while actually. I played Overwatch 1. Played that a bit. And then I played Overwatch 2 when it originally came out. And I was like, And then yeah, I did watch the new.
That looks like a mermaid.
Of course, I watched the Overwatch transmission or whatever they called it, making Overwatch 2 to Overwatch. Hey Emma, you're back. Oh, I thought you might have gone to EP Town. We just had a run-in with Dolores. And she was just kind of stuck in one spot, and I just was able to sneak past her. Is it going to be another puzzle? Not eat the shower to wash off all my makeup. Nice. Yeah, I realized,
Hey, hey! Mediodia here! How's it
I
going?
realized after work today, and I had to do a bit of stuff after work. And I was a little smelly. And Zuna, when she got home, she's like, wow, you stink. I was like, fuck, okay.
Don't trust that guy. Not even a little!
I started stream in the starting screen, and I was just like, fuck, oh, I haven't showered, so I quickly showered, came back, and I felt so fresh. Such a good feeling.
You'll end up all alone.
Will take me a bit to wind down after a long stream. Ah, that's fair. Yeah, 9 hours is a long time as
Even
well.
a tough guy like you needs a little love.
How'd that red come off? Oh, was it red? Yeah, all nice and clean. And I got our oil cleanser. Nice. Nice, nice. I should save. Cool. Cool.
The show was scheduled for 8.
So I guess I've just got to move the thing to 8, surely. At the scheduled time, the balcony doors will open to accommodate the audience, and 15 minutes before the Connect the central garage to there. Okay, so 7:45. Oh, okay. My God. 7.
I should try it.
Oh. Oh, right. That is 7:45, and it's stuck at that time. What about 8:15? Oh. What about just 8? What about 7:30? 7. Huh? Huh?
Something is keeping it from moving.
All right. Well, we'll keep it. We'll keep it like that, and then we will come back to it. Yeah, I did a big graphic liner with red body paint. Oof. Commitment. Oh, wait. Wait a second. What, 550? Oh, right, okay. If I do 550, that door will open? Yep. Oh. Oh, these elevators? Oh. So blue will only get me in some rooms. And then red will get me... Oh no, blue will get me there. That's if that one's not locked. Does it go down? No, it just goes up. To that level. Okay. Yeah, we should be fine then. Let's find out. I like having fun with my makeup in this game. Felt like it deserved a fancy look. Hee. I hate that it says I and not IV. Oh really? I didn't even... Huh! I didn't even realize. Yeah, no, now that you've said that, now I hate it. Why is that 4 eyes?
Something must be blocking it.
Oh. Ooh. Nice. I learned today that Romans used to actually do that sometimes, apparently. Oh, really? So they sometimes did the 4 eyes instead of the IV. Man. Wild. Okay. I like how they've still got... hand dryers. I was going to say hand vacuums, and I was like, that seems wrong. Hand vacuums doesn't seem right at all. And this is the word. It's on the shoot. Almost as bad as people's front of Judea. Okay, nothing in here? Nothing in here. Wow, we picked this one clean, actually. Now it's locked, so now I've got to go down and do the red door. Yes. Unless there's something to shoot. Oh, actually, I'm not sure. I can't remember if the time's on the bottom or if I need to remember this one. 4. That's right. Four and 7, I think. That's right. We can play around because apparently we can just do that. Monty Python's great. Life of Brian, great. Oh no, it is here. Cool. Yes. 7:20. 7. I swear I did 7. Oh no, I did 7:30. Wait, no. 8:30. 8:20. I swear I can tell time. Yep, got there, Rolkers. Thank you. As I said, swear I can tell time. Swear it. I did notice there is a thing here.
I've been dreaming about this for years.
Yep. Okay. Pitchfork. Yep. Stop. Stop. Down. Did I get both? Neat. Neato burrito. Emma, don't be like that, please. I swear I can read time. I don't know. There's moments where I'm like, yes, and then there's other moments where I'm like, I'm not sure, but I believe it is. And I think it's fairly optimized too. It's not lagging the camera as much as I thought it would. However, it is on medium, so I don't delete. Ugh, didn't want to do that. Okay, he's not going to come out.
It will not open from this
Of
side.
course. Of course it won't. Why would it? That'd be stupid. Ow. Why would you do that? There's a crow there. Data layers do that. Did you try my playtest? No, I haven't had a chance. Work has been pretty full on at the moment. And then I've had to do stuff for
Fly high. Do not look back.
documentation for my thing that I had to get done before Sunday this week. Otherwise, something I wouldn't be potentially eligible for something. I'm applying for something. But yes. That's a forest open and optimized the best I've done. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's a bunch of stuff, but usually when you do data layers and all of that, you get the loading hitches. And obviously you can do things with data layers and world partitioning and stuff. But yeah, that hitching's always going to be there unless you modify the engine somehow. And these guys might have done it because I don't feel any hitching really. But the map size it is nuts. Oh, okay, yep, I unlocked that door. Then I've got to go downstairs and... I get it.
Carry more syringes.
No, not a Mega Grant. No. No, I
Look at her. Clapping like
don't
crazy.
think I haven't even looked at getting a Mega Grant, but I don't really want to.
She started dance classes.
I just hope
Because then you've got to, I think, put it on the Epic Store. And I've tried to put the night shift on the Epic Store. And I'm running into issues to the point where I can't get the tax form open to do taxes. So similar to Steam and similar to this, to Twitch, where you put you do your I think it's WR8 form or WX form, WX8 form. It's needed for America or international business. Anyway, I can't access that on the Epic Store. Every time I click it, it just won't open. And I tried it on Chrome, tried it on Edge, tried it on Firefox. Won't do it. Won't do it, so I've just kind of given up there. Maybe I'll give it a whirl again, but yeah, I'm not too... This one was 5. That one. Yeah, I am looking at another place here as well, which I'm super excited about. So hopefully they'll get back to me soon as well. Pretty much done everything that they've asked. I haven't had an email back from them recently, but just another place where people can get the night shift and hope. Of course, why wouldn't there be this kind of fucking... I thought... Oh, okay, maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Okay. Although, actually, in saying that, going to the bottom level, this is going to be fucked. You just know that this is going to be like a tomb of something. And flashlight. I'm going to hate it. It's going to be great. Okay, so what am I here for?
Anna, please.
Oh.
You'll be safe in the basement.
Oh, this is what stuff. Right.
Monsters won't be able to follow you.
Another bridge. Yep. Yep. Very cool.
Are you kidding me, Carlos? If the Tormentos see me with you, I'll end up rotting in the darkest cell of the tower.
Yeah, sweet. So, I go back upstairs.
Never let anything happen. So, don't trust my words. Trust
There's actually a bunch of things that I'm learning with the new project that I'm like, oh, it would have been really cool to know that when doing the night shift, because I could have had mannequins with different parts, and I think it would have looked really cool and less samey. And I might revisit it at some point. Maybe, but I think it's yeah, I don't know. Maybe I might just leave it. It's one of those things where yeah, not shift 2. Maybe, man. There's a lot of learnings that I've got, but I'm also I have kind of thought about the idea of potentially making a second one and having each one do something different, right? So like the night shift would be mannequins, the night shift 2 might be zombies. I haven't really, I'm not sure if I wanted to do that or kind of make a separate, its own separate game. But yeah, I saw Gub Live and only just got home and into bed. Oh, Lily, that sounds awesome. Yeah, she had her show, right? How was it? Was it good? Also, hello. Nice of you to drop in.
I always thought I'd die on the stage, not beneath it.
Sapphire medallion. Medallion encrusted with sapphires. There is a strange mark on the back.
The fact
Cool.
that she is dead simplifies things.
Through it,
accidentally turning around. Consumables, legacy. There we go. If I do that and rotate, triangle.
I could express what words never could.
Tringle.
Whether I was happy,
Tringle.
drowning
Okay.
in sorrow, or even in love.
Okie dokie. YouTube play button. Honestly, though, she was hilarious. The comedians were amazing, and I witnessed Sass's one-touch angel get told through improv. That's amazing. Do you know if it was it recorded at all, or was it just because it was an actual show, right? Am I expecting someone to just burst through this? That would have been fucking... NS3, you are a mannequin, and you can only move when the humans have their back to you, but the human is really a good player with crowbar. It's for balance. Yeah, look, there was a moment in time when, way back when, we were ideating, this is for in uni, when we were ideating the capstone project, which is the final project of uni, or some unis, I'm not sure if it happens across any, but creative ones would have a capstone or this final project. And we were ideating, and one of them was an asynchronous or asynchronous multiplayer game, which is already too much for students. And it was pretty much that. One person was a mannequin-esque kind of thing, or there was like 2 or 3 of them, and there was only one player.
Done.
And the idea of it was pretty cool, but like students doing anything with networking as a final project is not a good time unless you know a lot about networking, which we didn't. I think some might be recorded for promo, etc., but I'm sure of the whole thing. There, okay. Okay, yeah, that makes... What the fuck? That makes sense. Where am I coming out? Oh, okay. Is that away from thingy? Yes, she's over here, isn't she? If I go up one? She's here. Not that it fucking matters, because I'm sure she'll change. Yeah, I only knew Gabby performed when she followed on Instagram yesterday or day before, and I followed back and I saw that there was a show, and I was like, fucking sick. So I'm glad it was awesome, but I'm sad that I missed out. And I'm sad that it's not recorded, because it would have been really cool to see, I think. And also to support. So, but I'm glad you went, Lee. Glad you went. Why do I feel like he's gonna just come down and touch my giblets wrong?
Those girls are the closest thing I've ever had to a family. And I
mean, this is a safe space, I think. No enemies here.
Before I let that bastard lay a finger on them.
Okay. So yeah, okay, so now I can go over here. I don't think there's anywhere over here that I needed was there. Oh, actually. Yeah, okay, if I go down... And then that's a whole thing. Okay, let's do that. Next show, we will have to get Twitch homies out. 100%. 100%. I think,
should open from the other side.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for anyone, but I assume that if Scotch was down, he'd be keen. But yeah, I don't know. But it sounds pretty good. Do they respawn in areas, or am I? No, they don't respawn. Okay. Yeah, no, that would be wicked. Did I come into this area at all? Yeah, okay. Thanks for checking in, Lily. I'm really expecting to go into one of these toilet stalls and then...
Tell me, Lord, where were
I'm out.
you when I needed
Yeah,
you
soggy
most?
meatballs.
I gave you my faith. My whole life. I trusted your light to protect her.
They're super soggy. Big house. Big house. Yeah, I'm expecting at one point to come into one of these toilet stalls and then kind of get jumped on my way out.
Life has lost its color.
That's not really the case. Tasty or just soggy? I think that's up to you. Did you want to reach into your pocket and eat a soggy meatball? Fuck. That might be a good thing, actually. Oh. I should note that down. Happens so... unless it's soggy from sauce. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know if it's soggy from sauce. I might have... Actually, that sounds pretty fun. I might make a... command that you can do where you can reach into your soggy meatballs and eat one if you want. Okay, I should head down here. Safari, yes, so you get a soggy meatball for each time that you check in. So it's one today and then it'll be one next time. So, hopefully, if you... Emma, you got a soggy meatball! After a bunch, you'll collect them all. But yeah, I kind of like the idea of reaching into your pocket and eating a soggy meatball. That's an awesome idea. Love it. Okay, what do I want to do? Speed of using syringe? I don't really use syringe. There's a 12% chance of not consuming... Okay. That one's pretty cool. Absorbing blood above your maximum health has a... generating a syringe. Ooh, okay. What's this one? Correctly recovers 15%. Okay, no, I like this one. Oh, heck. I'm gonna make pasta eventually. Wait, are they raw? Is that why it's soggy? I want to leave it up to your imagination. It can be raw, it can be cooked. Whatever you want. I feel like there's going to be more levels eventually. I don't want to spend all my money because I do want to increase the damage of this because I do like the pistol. But then I feel like I might hold on to my money.
May fortune
Might
smile
hold on.
upon you.
Might hold on. Yeah. Wait, do these... How many crows do I have? I have 2 of 5. I got... So 3 empty crows there. And then 1... Okay, so they're not necessarily one-to-one with what you've got. Okay. Better than dry, hard meatball. Maybe Raucous. But what have you got against dry and hard meatballs? Hmm? Also, Rolkus, I saw Sass played this for 5 hours. Is she further than where I am now? Or by past it? Because I feel like she might have... Fuck, where's my mouse? I feel like she might have struggled in a couple of these areas. I didn't watch. Yeah, okay. But stop. I think I need a new mouse at some point. Because sometimes when I move, it kind of gets like... You kind of notice how it just sticks there, and I don't know why. Let's try. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. I said in mod chat I have no spoons, only a spoil. Anxiety and stress through the roof. That's why I'm still modded this time. That's fair, man. That's fair. Sorry, I didn't... No, I think I asked, and I'm not sure if I saw it or maybe you weren't here, but are you doing some game dev at the moment, or are you kind of, like, right now? Or are you just... What is that? I need to... It's annoying me. It's really grinding my gurgles. Okay, there we go. So it's only when it's charging it's doing that. Fucking weird. Yeah, are you doing... keeping yourself busy at this time, or are you kind of just dabbling around Twitch and doing your own thing? Oh, no, never mind. You did say you were playing Overwatch. I do remember. My brain was just burping. Well, I just lost all my monies in Hollow Knight 2. Oh no. Trying to get back to a boss I'm too tired to beat, so Silvari, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you staying as well, and hopefully I'll see you around. And yeah, have a good night, sleep tight. Everyone say night to Silvari. Fuck off, you dog. You absolute dog. I can't even go in there. Go away. Stop. Go. No. Fuck off, you.
You can't run forever.
What the fuck am I meant to do?
You've escaped.
Oh. Thanks for the biddy. Now get out of here. Go get some sleep. What the fuck? I guess she didn't. Let's go run back here. Good luck with the doors. Wait, just get. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need it, honestly. Don't try and grab me.
We'll meet again.
I'm actually surprised that they didn't have her in that first area. I was thinking, yeah, in that first area that you meet her, I'm surprised they didn't have her kind of slowly come into the rooms, because I think that would have been fucking terrifying. And even now at the moment, right? I know it's how you're meant to play it, because she's going off of sound. But you come into here and it's just like a little safe zone. I think it would have been kind of fucked. And maybe she takes an extra 1 or 2 seconds to actually get in. And it gives you time to fucking run somewhere else, right? But she should know I'm here. But Where are you going? No, I need to push that over there, I think. Don't actually know what I'm doing.
When I find you, you wish you can't hide forever.
I can. I can, and I'm going to try to. I don't have that tool. She has terrible object permanence memory. 100%. Oh. No. We go forward. Okay. Yeah, she... Terrible. Oh, did that just stop there? Okay. Oh, nice. That's... Yep. 100% what I wanted to do. She's got no booty. Oh, okay, I pushed that to there. What if I... Yep. I can see her as she comes through. Just until I see the yellow. Yep. Bingo. Bingo. And I'm up. Idiot. Is it going to be timed? So I know the last one closed just as I went through. She looks for a phone using the flashlight of a phone. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. I've heard crow. Crow. Crow.
No creature deserves to live in a cage.
No creature deserves to live in a cage. Okay. Nothing else in here? Nothing else? Cool. Ooh. Gas. Gasoline. Alright. Those drops sound extra wet. Okay, so now we've got to go down. I don't actually know if she can... Oh, I'm looking this way. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't think she can come this way, actually. Oh, I think there's a couple other things over here that I could probably interact with. Oh well. I'll come back to it. I'm sure I will kill her at one stage, and then I've just got free range of this area. Surely. I fully expect her to just like burst. To burst through. Okay, cool. Oh. She's still going. Ooh. That looks like a door. I'm assuming that's where people spawn, maybe? Is this gonna be like the dollhouse from fucking Village, where it's supernatural in a way? Wait a second. No, okay. So it goes down into this labyrinthy thing. Right. Okay. I'll take it.
Hey,
I'm gonna go be horizontal.
can I ask
Go
you a
for it.
little something?
Go for it.
Surprise me.
That whole lone wolf act of yours isn't because you...
What?
You know, that maybe you've never felt warmth beyond the flames of the sun? Wink, wink.
You mean... That is none of your business.
You mean sex?
Now it all makes sense. No wonder you're colder than an iceberg.
I took vows, all right? I chose this path. I do not have to explain myself to you.
No shame,
Good job, Gabe. Well, if you're... Oh, I didn't even... Sorry, I just read that as you're just gonna go lie down. Night-night, Imp. Everyone's saying night to Imp.
I
Thank
am
you
not
for,
putting up with this
for tuning
nonsense
in
any
as well.
longer.
I appreciate you.
No more syringes.
No more syringes. Oh, okay. So she's just asking me if I'm just having sex. Why? I knew something was weird about her. It's been a year since Mother left me in charge. I still don't feel like I belong. Ondina made it clear from the start I'm not welcome. Yeah. I don't know who that is, but...
Something must be blocking it.
Good for you. I'm gonna try. No. I was really hoping. This bitch literally like, you're a virgin, right? Yeah. But just like, not obvious. Just like, yo, have you done it? Like, the thing? Have you... Are you a doer? Or a don'ter? You know? I don't like this. This seems like I'm gonna get fucking jump scared at some point. Oh, there's a record in that one. Gimme. Does that mean there's more on the other side? Oh, Odina. Ondina. Huh. Oh, okay. Right. So we're meant to figure out which room is whose, and then... Okay. No? Oh, no. That's just saying whose room. Okay. I'm thinking it's more than what it should be. Yeah. I really think I'm gonna get fucking... I don't want to do that. That seems scary. Yeah. Fucking hell. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. And it still got me. Still got me. Piece of shit. Goddamn doll. Okay, so... Alright, if I go down... If I go down this one and go through the thing, I think I can get all of this. Let's just try that. This is clearly exploration area. Not so much the way forward. Yep. Get it. I think it might be... We still have to, like, collect something, maybe? Or maybe I should just go interact with the thing that I need to. That main... The main door, so I could understand what this puzzle is. So it's just this syringe. I'll take it. That's blue. See? There's a couple of them. There's a couple. Hey, Civic, how you doing? Thanks for joining.
I need to reload.
Oh, go away. Stop it. I need to... Yeah. Happy Friday the 13th as well. Very spooky times. Don't know why I pressed C. That seems stupid. That seemed like the dumb thing to do. Why did I press... Okay. Good, never heard of this game. Looks cool. Yeah, it just came out yesterday, I believe. And yeah, it's not too bad. It's its own thing, but it's fairly it seems to be very inspired by Resident Evil.
Don't you get it?
A little bit of
That bitch
Bioshock,
gets rich while we risk
a little
our
bit of
necks for
Resident Evil,
scraps.
a little bit of I don't know what else. Bunch of horror games.
Yes, but Miss Martha had nothing to do with it. She's always been kind to us. Or have you forgotten?
Oh, it's gas. Am I looking at gas? Oh. Oh. Such a weird spot.
It's my turn to protect her. Are we clear?
Okay.
Clear as the sea.
Clear as the sea. Okay, well, I collected everything over here. Maybe I go back, save, and I look at the secret door, because I seem to be avoiding that for some reason. Hmm. I'm not doing too well on the old health either. So if I do this... Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah, so this is the only one. It's been a year since Mother left me in charge, and I still don't feel like I belong. Dina made it, so this isn't enough. There's pages. I didn't know there were pages. I didn't look at this number. I just saw this and was like, that's all it is. This is all it is. Is that the same for these ones too? This one. Okay, that one's okay, yep. Okay. Okay, Briss's bathroom is a complete mess and water won't stop leaking. It looks like the Fountain of Tears. Galena won't stop complaining about the noise from the construction. She says she hasn't been able to sleep at night. However, my biggest concern is still Ninfa and the child, thanks to the sea. Their room is far enough from all the commotion. Well, there's... What? Where did the doll in this one go? It went to the right, but there's not much room in there. So this one is the one in the cot. So I think this one is Nympha's. So if I go... Nympha. And then... Don't do that. Yeah, okay. I've got to look at these ones. Thanks for checking in, Civic. Is this the one where the bathroom's a mess? that does look like a messy bathroom. Soggy me boy, yeah. Yep. Construction. Okay, construction. So this is Galala. Galala? Galena. And that was F. But I just want to check. Okay, so Briss's is a complete mess. So Brissa will be the middle on the right. And Galena will be... So Brissa... Galena. Okay, cool. So we've got Nympha, Brissa, Galena correct. Or correct. Narita is getting worse and I feel more alone. The girls keep giving me these looks, but if I was to blame, they all know the risk of the trade. I'm already doing more than enough by taking care of her. Okay, so I think Nerida? Nerida, I think, is this one because there was some medical stuff in that one. And then if we figure out what's in D, which we haven't been to yet, if we figure out what's in that one, we should be able to... So look, we didn't read all of them. We did that one. The atmosphere has been, it's been the same for weeks. If my dear Nympha. Yeah, so pregnant. That pig breaks the rules. Okay, I'm off to sleep. I'm off to get into bed and try to fall asleep. Thanks for hanging in the wind down. I love hearing your opinions from a dev perspective. Thanks, Emma. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the raid. I hope you have a great sleep. Everyone say night to Emma. She's lovely. Go follow her. She streams horror. An amazing person, amazing horror streamer. So if you're not already following Emma, definitely do that. But Emma, get some sleep. And yeah, hope to talk to you soon. And yeah, we'll have to hang out at PAX as well. We'll have to hang out, do some mad hangs. Yeah, sounds good. Good night, Emma. Okay, so today, Padre I'm not going to say that one. Arroyo. Thank you, Lily. Thank you. Oh, I'm out of water. Gotta go get water. Danger with the boy monster. Delphina offered to take her place. We told him she was unwell, fully aware of the danger the boy would be in if the monster ever discovered his existence. Asking Nympha. I just hope she will not have to use the knife she always keeps hidden under her pillow. Okay. So if we find a knife under a pillow, that's Delphina's room. Yes, I'll be making occasional trips up your way to see my bestie, so we'll... Yes! Oh! Yes, please. Yes, Emma. That sounds perfect. Yeah, when you're up our way, let us know and we'll, yeah, we'll hang. Yep. Alright, good night. Get out of here. Get some rest. Have a good one. I'm going now, I promise. Okay. Yes, I believe you, Emma. 150% believe you. Okay, so we're looking for a knife under a pillow. And, on Dina. So I'm certain that if someone has been poisoning the girl's mind, it's her. Mother says that after tonight everything will change, that I just need to hold on a little longer. Don't know what she's planning. But, okay, so that's fine. If we find a...
Galena's made it clear she won't take part. And moreover,
Done.
the little
That's a
brat
knife.
had the nerve to threaten to turn us in. What can we do?
I'll take care of Marta while you clean out the safe. Remember the order AFBE.
If her mother finds out, we're as good as dead. She's right.
Okay, hang on. So, who was the one with the knife under the bed? It was Delfina. So this one up top right is Delfina. Which means this one is Ondina? Ondina. No? No? Maybe I need to check it out a bit more. I swear that was... Oh, unless we've got the person complaining about the construction wasn't necessarily her room. She was complaining about the construction next door. Because then that would make sense, the bathroom being a mess. That might make sense. I'm never awake this late anymore, so it's so peaceful outside. It really is. It really is. Usually through the day, I live in a tall building and I overlook a really busy intersection. And at this time of night, it's just so peaceful. There's no cars. There's no one. It's yeah, really nice outside. And then you go back to it in.
It will not open from this side.
Okay. Yep. It was too good to be true. Nice. I love just hearing the white noise from outside my window. Yeah. It's just such a difference, right? Going from... Oh, they would have symbols as well. In the things. Okay. Alright. Okay. AFBE. AFBE. A? A is fisherman. B, octopus. Fisherman, octopus. A. Fuck, I've already fucked it up. A. F. B. E. A. F. AFBE, right? Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button again. AFBE, yeah. AFBE, so what was E? Ah. That one again. So A was that. B was that, and then that was that. So if we AFBE. I think it's raining outside as well. I don't know. Oh right, I've got an F, not E. Yep. There we go. Holy blood. Small vial. It's definitely not ordinary blood. Interesting. Each time you pick up a vial, your max blood is increased by 10. Ooh. That's very nice. Very nice. Yeah, okay, so I think maybe we change these two around. Lena. Yep, there we go. There we go.
It's strange. I should be praying, but all I can think
Oh, there was an
about is-
upstairs as well back there. What's this one? Okay, so we got the YouTube play button and we've got a hexagon. So that one goes up. To nothing?
Through that stupid peephole.
I kind of want to go check it out. Just in case. I'm not sure if it'll lead to anything. But I just want to make sure that I cover all the bases. It'll probably be locked or something, right? Oh.
What a mess. I've spent the whole day wrestling with this damn leak.
Ah, and then we get there. Yep, okay.
What happened this
So it's for the safe, really.
I must be
Money and the record player.
El Santo Timonel would never set foot in a place like this. Impossible. It must be the exhaustion. It has to be.
Nice. Beautiful. Alright, let's do a little savey. A little save and keep on going. Oh, we're going into the sewers. How exciting. How exciting.
I'm sure you think I was a fool for trusting him, and I don't blame you. I thought that if I obeyed without question, I could keep my mermaids safe. What I never could have imagined was that by kneeling before Arroyo, I was only condemning them to a fate worse than death.
Okay. So, we're just in the sewers. I think we're right. Yeah, we're right below. Oh, is the sewers going to come out? Yeah, okay. I wonder if... Oh, we'll probably get the tool for the freight lift actually down here. That would make sense. That makes sense because then we unlock a little bit more. Yep. Yeah. I was kind of thinking that I was going to get the... Because they hinted at the shotgun before. I was thinking that they might have been don't like that. Things are going to pop out of the water for sure. Don't like this at all. Over here. In front. that one bit. Don't like the fact it slowed me down either. Yeah. It's always something. I do dislike that it slowed me down. But I get why it has. Nothing behind. Yeah, I think there's a room. Oh no. We're just gonna pop out right where she is. There it is. Yep, that's the tool there. Is there... I'm not in the water anymore. Me thinks this is a little bug. I swear to God, if it keeps me in this slow mode afterwards, there's gonna be some problems. Okay, no. Look, there we go. Took us out. We just had to interact. But, check out what this is over here. Yeah. There might be something over here. I'm not too sure. I don't think there's anything to the right hand side. No. Just death. I'm really surprised that they don't have a bending over, going through these areas. Bending over? Bending into. Yep. Cool. So I'm in this area now. Yeah. Okay, so... I think I can use this tool maybe for the puzzle there. I am kind of curious. I might give that a whirl. I think that might be the cellar though, because this is a bar or a pub, right? Where does that one go? Nowhere. Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe up there. And I can go in, down, around. Okay. Let's do that. That should be fun. I am gonna save, because not doing that again. Do I have...
Let me
only what, 2? That one seemed nice. I don't know how often I've been parrying, or I will parry. Oh, you get a percentage off for the more crows that you get? Is that right? So I've got quite a bit of money, so yes, and yes, please. Yeah, why not?
Good. You're my best customer.
Could be your only customer. Who the fuck's out here? Okay. Alright. Okay. So did this one. Go over here. Yep. Do you? Is there multiple Dolores? Or is it just the same one and you're just meant to think? Because if there's multiple, that's kind of fucked. Yeah, nice. Come on. Come on. I know there's another. Yep, there you are. Yes, I'm really getting the idea that there's multiple of them, but... I'm getting that idea, but I'm also just... doesn't really make sense for multiple, right? Okay. Fucking hell. Dead. So where the fuck am I going? Oh. Yeah. Then I can go down. Oh, and this just goes into a separate area. Right. So I'm not even... surely... Obviously I can be in this area, but it feels like I shouldn't be.
Do not let them catch you again.
I'm sure there'll be something that blocks me though. That would make sense. Because I am kind of... Oh, of course. The old invisible wall. Maybe this door blocked. No?
You are free now.
I don't need that. That's a gate. I can open off from the other side. Okay, so that might be... Maybe? Oh no, I opened it from up there. But I couldn't get it there. Ladder. Right, that makes sense.
There is something drawn on the mirror. On this one too.
Oh, just for a safe. So arrow, octopus, weird eye, horns. Yeah, okay. I guess, yeah, arrow, octopus, sure. Yep. Scrub. Easy. Not even a challenge. I guess now I go up that ladder and I open that gate. Through here. They just drop down. Through a can. So this is another area. Does it ever connect this way at all? No. This is the only way in and out.
The third one should be here.
I don't know what he means by third one.
Still mad?
What do you want now? I am busy.
Relax, big guy. I'm just calling to say sorry. All right?
Forget it. I did not expect you to understand anyway.
More than you think. It's just that I do believe in love. Even if it makes us screw things up big time. Look, why don't we just drop the bad vibes? You're not exactly the life of the party, but deep down, way down, you could even say you're a decent guy.
You have a very strange way of apologizing.
Admit it! You're starting to like me too, aren't you?
I would say that I do not dislike you.
Cool. Alright. I've got money.
It should open from the other side.
What more could I ask for? A few rounds of dominoes, a fine cigar, getting absolutely plastered on Capea, and all of it with the best friends a man could have.
There's drinks of that.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel kinda bad for Juan. I can just picture him, all bitter, watching Espina's daughter shake her ass. Oh, Juanilla, you don't know what you're missing.
You're right.
No.
Let's drink to Juan.
To Juan!
Where's the puzzle part? Me. Ayo. Easy. There's a head in there. Ew. Ew. Okay. Alright. So I feel like once I figure out where this puzzle bit is, it won't be as
Should have thought of that earlier, kid.
confusing, because right now I'm not sure what's what.
So tell me.
Okay. Yep, sure.
Lovely surprise. Look who just showed up.
Don Mauricio. Sorry to
So
say the feeling isn't mutual.
Oh, don't be so
Sir,
Ah.
Lena's locked herself tight in the vault. There's no way to open it without the combination.
Just to get my hands on her.
It's gonna burst open. Oh, no. Okay, I'm hearing the... Right. Okay. So I'm gonna need to figure out what... Okay. Oh my god, this is... Okay, so I'm gonna need to figure out what fish, octopus, tail, shell is. Okay. Listen here. Are you what I was hearing? Because it was annoying. Yep, we're good. Ooh. Dead. Now dead. Okay. Alright. Sick. So we now have cleared out this place. Not this room? Oh, there's this room. Ah, that makes sense. Now we have. Yeah. Alright, so. Fish is 3. Oh, it's there. On the other side, it's... You can hear it. Okay, fish is 3, tail is 4, octopus is 2. Fish is 3, octopus is 2, tail is 4. Um... 4... Nope. Tail is 2. Octopus is 3. Fish is 4. Three, 2, 5. Or 2. Octopus was 3. 3? No. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe... Fish is 4. Where's the other 4? Down here. Maybe octopus is 1? But then shell can't be 2. Surely. A shell is 5? Yeah, okay. So octopus is 2? I thought... Oh, octopus is 2. Tail is 4. Shell is 5. Shell is 5. Shell is 5, 3, Okay. Oh. And then... so I need a 2 on the bottom. 6, no. I need... Okay. Okay. So I need the 2 that's at the top. I need down the bottom. And that means... I go... That. That. See, that makes sense for that row. The bottom one, but it doesn't make sense for... Because if anything... That... And then... I think this is the setup, but I've just got to like rotate it. Right. That one. Fuck if I... 2... 1, 1, 2... Okay, no, that one? No. That one needs to be a 4. 4, 4, 1, 1, 6. There we go. Kinda did that the other way around. Rather than going out, in, I went in, out, and then I just kind of rotated.
Got everything I need. I should head back to Cuerno Albino.
Sure. Yeah, we do that. Whatever. I'm just exploring. I'm a little explorer guy. Is that something? No. Okay. And there'll be a guy at the end. I thought there was. Maybe it was just the rain and it just sounded like it. Might have an issue here. Might have Stompy, McStomp Stomp. Oh, wait, no, she's not there. But I think I can go in this building.
That should do it.
Who the blazes do you think you are? You can't just barge into my shop and expect me to hand over my weapons.
Shotgun?
Redeemers of the sea.
chosen to save Tormentosa from
You best fucking leave it.
the wrath
Sort
of
of.
our Lord.
That's right, old man. Best stay out of our way.
Oof. That looks very nice.
When you were still suckling at your mother's teat, I was already hunting Ophiators under the storm. And you, Tessa? Aren't you ashamed?
Yeah, okay, so...
Man of principle. I'm sorry, so...
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, that's the one that we shot through the thing. Right, okay, yep. Yep. Cool, okay, so we can head back down. That no return. Yeah, okay. So I kinda... Where do I want to go here? Where do I want to go here? Oh, I can't... Yeah, okay, I need to... make it across. No. Stop.
And man never forgets.
Whatever.
I heard you. I see you.
No, you don't. Go away.
You've escaped. But now.
Cool. So here is the one where I go down here. Oh, is it every time? Oh no. Thought it was going to be every time. Why does it know my name? I think that is my name, right? Also, I don't know what happens if I try and pick something else up. Like this. I don't know what this is going to do because I've already got 9 items in the inventory. Is it... Can I pick it up? Oh, yeah.
Is anyone there?
Oh, maybe I don't have 9? I don't know what it's going to do when I hit that 9.
Annabelle?
Oh.
Is that you? Annabelle, what's the meaning of this?
Rip.
Let me go right now.
Ripperoni.
I don't understand, Raphael. The sea didn't just leave you at my door by accident. It was a gift. Our Lord refused to let us die.
Don't be ridiculous. I was hurt. I had nowhere else to go. I was just looking for help, that's all. Annabelle, what are you planning to do with me with that knife? Wait, please! Don't do something you'll regret! Let me go! We can still talk this through!
I guess they didn't talk things through. Okay. So I can go back upstairs, actually. Oh. Yeah, cool. Chic. So we're gonna save.
I may go bankrupt,
but I
I only got the one. There's nothing here. That's one. Yeah. Immediately just upgrade everything. So I am curious when we're going to get to level 2.
Come back soon, handsome.
Okay. So I don't actually know where I'm meant to go. Access España's hideout. Where was that? Was that... Oh, was that, is that that? How do I do that? Go into the... Up. There's... Right, okay. Okay. What's that way? Oh, okay. I don't want to check. There's a few reds. Okay. Here we go. Up.
Something must be blocking it.
I did what it said. Up. Maybe it's that one. This one? Yep, okay. This one. And I turn this way. Yeah, okay. Yep. Done. Yeah, alright. Here, I meant to... Right. Jules. Yep. Oh, okay. But do we have to make all of these? What do we have to, what are we making here? Do we know? Medusa, liquor, Capia, gin. Medusa, Capia. Seaweed? No. Medusa, okay, so we are making the middle one. 4 Capia, 3 Medusa, 2 seaweed. Do the color bottles correspond with the bottles? So Capia is blue. Oh. Oh, right. So we put everything down to... Yep. Huh? 4, 4, 3, 2? 4, 3, 2. Unless it's in this order, not color. Because why would it be color? So which would mean Medusa 3. 3, 2. Okay, so seaweed's in the middle. So 3, 2, 4. Okay. Yep. 3, 2, 4. So we would 3, 2, 4. No? Hello? No? Is there another note saying that she prefers something else? Yeah, okay, not that one. That. I don't know. Capia, I did this. I did it in this order, and then I did it in the order of... So Medusa, seaweed, Capia. Medusa, Medusa, seaweed, Capia. So 3, 2, 4. I think I did 3, 2, 4. Three, 2, 4. 3, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Oh, unless it's another bottle. It's all that's here. It's literally the only bottle. Unless... Oh, did not mean for that to happen. Off your cola. I don't know. I don't think I meant to be... No, okay. Let's just try 5, 2, 5, 2, 4. Let's just try that. 5, 2, 4. Which would mean 5, 2, 4. So we go 5, 2, 4. Or just send them through. 4, 4, 3, 2. And then 3 parts wine, 1 part Medusa. I think Medusa's the middle one. No. Stumped. It's stumped me. I really don't know. Nice, it's not that one. Alright. It's a Torino on tap, which doesn't really help. I'm back out at a farm. I don't know. Oh, wait a second. Well, there's a reason why I'm over this way then. To do that. Yeah. Oh, nice. So I go over, I can walk across that now. That's very nice. Alright. Coral, seashell. So coral, seashell, anchor coin. Coral, seashell, anchor coin. Coral, seashell, anchor coin. Easy. Easiest one here. Why would you just leave it out? Goose. Okay, when that back in here. Which is fine. Some coins. That's right. Yeah, so cocktail recipe, sure. Diary. I now have the 3 medallions with them. I will be able to solve that. It is a shame those girls had to spill their blood so I can hunt down their mother. Is there a note that I haven't? I don't know. Is there something around here, like a note? Note at all? Just gonna suck you. And that's blue. Okay. So it's definitely this middle one here. So I've tried 432, and I've tried 324. Why is this one a bit of a bummer? So I did 42423 because Medusa is that one. But what if that's the cola? So that mean it would be happier first. 542. Fuck. 542. 5, 4. I don't know what the issue is. Unless I've got it mixed, not mixed up, but it's not color coded. It's this order, which would mean Capia is last, and C Rita is second. So 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. And that, let's do 5, 2, 4. 2, 4. Okay. Okay. Let's try this one again. Let's do... Fuck it, let's do 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Am I not understanding? I was meant to do it separately? Fourth... No, surely not. Fuck. What is this puzzle? I'm just going to look it up. Cocktail recipe. It's not. I can't find anything. I honestly have no idea. This isn't... I'm not enjoying this puzzle. Oh, Chrome just crashed. Very cool, Chrome. Awesome. Ah. Just show me the... Yeah. I'm doing that. That's what I've done. I have done that. So... it was 4, 2, 3. I did that. That was one of the many fucking attempts I did. 4, 2, 3. Yep. I did 4, 2, 3. Why did it not? Oh, I'm so... That's annoying. Oof. Oof.
It's funny when you think about it. I never thought my last words would be to a servant of the sun. Life's always had a pretty twisted sense of humor. Don't get me wrong, boy. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I just have one request. Put an end to Arroyo and break this curse. Make sure my mermaids didn't die for nothing.
Where are you hiding, Herminia? Do not make me come looking for you. It will not open from this side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, well, I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna fall in, aren't I? Oh! Oh! What the? one. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Is there meant to be more? Oh, yep. I can hear his little fucking feeties. Not that creepy. Just annoying. They're fast. Oh yeah, cool. Okay, I get it. Yeah. And then I need to go to the other side. Oh, the shoddy actually takes quite a lot of blood. Yep. Fucking flat feet going. I'm curious though if we're gonna see more of those or if that's just for down here. Because I didn't. I was not too fussed about that, honestly. It does take quite a bit. Oh, we got some cheekies. Cheeky cheekies. Oh yeah. And now we can...
You could not live with the guilt, could you?
Why would you do that?
I hope the sun allows you to be with your mermaid.
Maybe he didn't want us to... So I've got to absorb you first before cutting you down, or what's the... Dagger number 2.
Thousands of devotees journeyed to the island, hoping to prove themselves worthy of his affection. Some tried reciting beautiful poetry, others composing the sweetest melodies. But only one soul could truly capture his blazing heart. A young priestess named Dolores. Her spirit was so pure that even God himself could not help but fall deeply in love. From that day forth, Dolores became his queen, and the sun, blinded by love, vowed to remain by her side until the end of time.
Okay. All right.
Arroyo, are you still there?
Captain Escudero, sooner than I expected. Are you starting to doubt already?
Oh.
My faith is stronger than you think, preacher.
And they put...
For now. But your journey
That's pretty
is only
That's pretty cool. Otherwise, they'd be up here, right? The little painting things. Okay.
The same way again. Tell me, aren't you curious what led Madre Dolores to turn her back on him?
Do I get to kill Dolores now?
I swear by the sun, I will tear out your tongue with my bare hands.
Bark all you want, but you know full well, blood doesn't lie.
Okay. Sure. Gold. I suppose this put me out. Okay. And then elevator. Maybe here? Maybe.
You'll need more than that to stop me.
Am I just meant... Right, I meant to run. I assume. Am I meant to run there? Oh yeah. Make it to that. God, what is with the... Okay.
There you are.
Yep. And then... Run. Yep.
There you are.
Hmm. Yeah, okay.
You can't run forever.
Okay. Sure. I do feel that the horror that it's trying to do, I think it just misses on the scare side, right? Like it's not, I don't know, I guess it's all subjective, right? But it's just, I don't find it scary. The action side of it's nice. I'm enjoying that. But anyway, we'll open a few of these boxes and then I think we'll call it.
Woohoo, Gabe! 2 down, 2 to go! You're doing great. But, hey, you don't sound too thrilled.
Is it true that the sun fell in love with that monster Dolores?
Duh! Everyone knows that. Total soap opera material. See, even God's got a soft spot.
And when exactly were you planning to tell me?
Would you have believed me anyway? Some things are better discovered on your own. No one likes to hear that the sun isn't as perfect as they thought.
You are starting to sound like Arroyo.
Oh, you little... You almost made me drop a nasty word. Dang it, Gabe. Ugh, whatever. Get your butt over to the Ram District. Like it or not, we've still got work to do.
Like it or not. Okay, we have a few of them actually. What do we have? We got 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, easy. 14. We gotta look for.
May the sun guide you, brother.
Shut your mouth. Where are the rest? Okay. So that was 1. I assume 2 would be near 1.
Done.
Is this... That's 15. 8. You can go up. 10. Ba, 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 ba. 13. 8. What this?
I need a pee. Too bad. We're not.
Okay, yep. So what's this one? 5. We have 5.
Tickets here.
6. No.
Now that's a punch, sailor. Here are your tickets.
This one's easy.
Ready, set, go! We have a winner! Come, claim your tickets.
Cool.
2 down, 2 to go.
Who's next?
The heir of the Hierro family. I actually liked his father.
That one I've been waiting for.
Okay. Where are the others? Down here? 4. Okay. Four. And I'm looking for the other ones. It's not up here, is it? 12.
When I was a kid, the carousel felt like the most magical thing in the world.
Okay.
Now look at it. Just a pile of rusty junk.
I don't care. Thank you very much.
Town my whole life. You sure polished off that Galorion fast for someone who's
7.
sick of it. Not sure what you did to it, but I had a different kick.
There's no rule, reason, or rhyme to any of their placements. 2. And we just gotta find 3 after that. And hopefully 3 is... There we go. Easy peasy. Yep, and then we go over to the... Did we... Yeah, okay. So those 2... There's a couple of things left in those. Oh, sorry. The token machine. We could probably do this one.
Hurry! Douse the flames before it's too late!
One more.
Blessed be the hero of Tormentosa. Please collect your prize.
Cool. Alright, so I have
Winning was the hard part.
enough.
Now comes the
Yeah.
fun. Pick your prize.
700 I can't do just yet. Same with that one. I can get you. Not that I need more gas, but it's there.
Prizes for everyone.
And then, is there a level 3?
We've never made it this far before.
I don't know what you mean made it this far. I did some very easy things. This has all been relatively
You've
easy.
earned a little discount.
5% off because of the birds. Nice. Okay, so we've got a few good ones here. But I think this one here, reloading costs 15% less blood while in combat. That one sounds pretty nice. Arsenal, do we have level 3 stuff? Oh, we do. Pistol for sure. That's a lot of money. What's this stuff? Durability. Yeah.
Good may
Yeah,
fortune
cool.
smile upon you.
We'll save that. And yeah, I think that is where we are going to wrap up tonight. Oh. Achievements. Do you get 100? Maybe that's the... Oh no, I'm not there yet. In progress, yep. I wonder if the... Oh, the 300p. What does the P do? What does the P do? If I exit to main menu. Extras. Ah, nice. So achievements, so it is pretty much yeah. Yep, that's nice. So it's pretty much the Silent Hill thing. You do achievements, you get points, and then you can use those points to very nice. Oh, well, I think that is it tonight. Me thinks that is it. Oh, man, oh man. Yeah, we played a bit of that actually. What time is it? 2:10. Jeez Louise. And I know exactly who we're going to raid into. I'm not even going to do just chatting for a little bit. We're just going to raid straight into... Oh, actually. Alright. Okay. If anyone's there not lurking or lurking, we're going to raid out to Be Not Babies. If you are subscribed, use this one. And this gets me all the time. I need to figure out I'm gonna do. I need to sort this stuff out. But if you're not subbed, you can use this one here. But no, we're gonna raid beard, not babies. And yeah, thank you all for watching, and being here. I appreciate you all. And we've did chapter 1 of Croesus. Is it Croesus? Crisol. Crisol. Third time's the charm. All right. But yes, no, we're gonna raid out. But yeah, thank you all. And yeah, we'll see you next time. All right. Good night, guys. Bye bye.